Good water for you, soul. Let me go get Cat. Hey, bro, come on. That was a, I'm sorry, that was a really important text from someone, from my pal. And so I had to make sure and read what I was reading was correct. I apologize. I totally apologize. Yeah, we're back. I had to read that text. It was important. Oh, yeah, oh, look at that. It's on Musical Me. I accept. Yeah, it's real important text. It was very important. Nothing. It was just a text from my pal. And I wanted to read it because it's my pal, and I wanted to stop what I was doing and read that text. So I apologize. It was just like I gotta go. You know, it's one of those texts. I gotta go. I don't want to say that you guys aren't important, because you all actually are important. You are. So many of you I actually know and have become friends with. So you guys are important, but it wasn't any big deal. I'm not saying that the text from the person that I is more important, but so let's just leave it at that. But I do. I like a lot of you. I like so many of you. You guys are all right. There've been times in my life when I was like bummed out, and you know, so many people help me out, even though that you probably don't know it. You know, it's like Remmie. Remmie helped me out times in my life, and she doesn't know it. She's a bird. She's over here right now. But I like my new guitar. I think that was a wise move today. And I figured out Sam's new perch. It's going to work out great. It is. It's going to work out great. It's going to come from the ceiling, and I'll have it all. Man, it'll be fine. I think for the self-leveling product, I think I'm going to have to use about 30. It says on the bag. I'll find out, but I think I'm going to have to add about $120 worth. It's fine. It's no big deal. I like seeing that text. There was something about that text I really liked, and I'm not even going to say what it is. But it was really great to see that. I like that a lot. I like that a whole lot. I wish I could tell you all, but I don't have to tell you all everything. But that text was worth hanging up on you. It was. There was something about that text that was really, really nice to hear. That was great text. I was waiting for a text back, and I didn't get one. And then I got one. And it was a great text. It wasn't from Bill Gates either. I did have in my cab years ago. Man, these you know what? I'm gonna check the temperature. It's sort of cold. I wonder if it's gonna get crazy cold tonight, and I need to cover plants or something. I won't lose lettuce for sure, but I don't want to lose the basil. It's sort of cold, man. I got the heat on. You know? Hang on. It's you know, it was 85 the other day. 41. It looks like it's gonna be 41. Okay, so it's gonna be 41. What's tomorrow? 40. It's 54. It's rainy. And then Sunday, we're looking at 60, 44 at night. It's cold, man. Okay, here we go. Monday's 66. Nighttime's 45. Here we go. Tuesday, 71. At night, it's dipping down to 46. We'll take it. Let's see. Here we go. Next Saturday's 82. Nighttime 60. It's all right. The basil can handle it. It can handle it just fine. Man, I really like. Shut up, Peter. Shut up. Just be quiet. Right? Just be quiet. The spider is creepy, dude. Well, the spider's not done yet, but I don't really know if that's creepy. But I do have the ability to make creepy stuff. That would not really be. That's more comical. But I can make something creepy if I want. I don't know if that's creepy. Oh man. God damn it. Make creepy stuff, please. Well, I have in the past. I have a whole. There's provenance on my work. You could look it up on Google. Just Google Peter Caine art. You can see that I have the ability to make creepy shit. You know, you find something that you'll find creepy. That's an emotion that I would work with early on. It's like, even the political work would be sort of creepy, cringeworthy. Thank you, I appreciate that. Who was that? That was Bilb Shah. Thank you, Bilb Shah. No, you're not having sex with your mother, Solar. I'm gonna put Remmie up there with Chaka. Look at Rem. I'm gonna go bring down Khaki the dog. Khaki, I'll come get you. Hang on. Hang on, cat. I gotta get Khaki, but I'm hardly in the spot. I gotta take a leak. Oh my God, what a great day. Oh my God. Hello from the UK. I got some Marmite in there. They are nice pet birds. You're all right. That's my son, Solar. I think him and Chaga had sex today. I like Marmite better than Vegemite for sure. It's YouTube, so I talk with my mouth open. But if you were here, I wouldn't be talking with my mouth open. What's up, Riggy? Thank you. I appreciate that, dude. What's up? I can't tell you. Marmite? I'll go get it. Hang on. What's up, bro? I'm not opening this until Destiny gets here, because I want her to try it. I don't know if she'll like it. She might not like it, but I'm leaving this jar closed until she gets here. Because I asked her if she had it, and she said no. I didn't have it until this year. Vegemite, they're similar, but Vegemite isn't as good. Vegemite is sort of easier to deal with out of the jar because it's like thicker or something. This, like, is sort of harder to deal with out of the jar because like the lid will get stuck and stuff. But this is good. The ingredients are yeast extract, contains barley, wheat, oats, rye, salt, vegetable juice concentrate, vitamins, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B12, and folic acid. Natural flavoring, contains celery. It's very similar to Vegemite, that it's made with the yeast extract from, I think, the brewing process. Somebody was like, well, let's make something with this, so they did that in like 1900. This was first, and then it's a vegan spread. This was first, and then they made Vegemite. I like this. I like this if I had the choice, but I can buy Vegemite at Wegmans, and I'll eat it if I don't have any of this around. But this, it reminds me of, like, you put it on toast. It's like something that I eat for breakfast, but I would also eat it like I'm hungry and I just want a piece of toast. I'll put this on there. It's heavy in the B vitamins, right? It's salty, and it's also it's very salty, and it reminds me of cheese for some reason. Yeah, I put butter. I toast. I take toast and put butter on, and then I do Marmite. Now, also, this is the truth. Marmite on toast with peanut butter. It works. It does. It works. You know, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's an unusual sort of thing. I heard about it for years, and then just this year, you know, I tried it, and I like it a lot. People either like it or they don't like it. So, I'm not opening this. I'll wait until Destiny gets here. She said she hadn't tried it. Maybe she likes it. I don't know. It's one of those things where you're like eating it. Like the first time I was like, oh yeah, I think I like it. Man, it really grows on you. Either you like it or you don't. You know, it's very, very heavy in the B vitamins. Yum. man. I like it. I like it a lot. Sort of addictive. Hi, Solar. How you doing, buddy? I gotta feed these idiots. True Marmite is better. I agree. Vegemite's okay, but it's not Marmite. Marmite's more difficult to deal with. You know, the lid will get stuck. You don't have that problem. When he's 4 years old, he has a baby. He is going to be huge. It's second largest tortoise. You have a tortoise? What? Turnip greens are really good for them. Nowadays, my Kate gives a little broccoli on occasion. It's a good size. What kind of tortoises do you guys have? Do you get a giant tortoise? Did you get one of those? They're cute when they're babies. What kind of tortoise do you have? I'd have one walking around here. How much is a tortoise? I've had tortoises before. I've had dude with a bird, nice. What? Okay, I'll try that. I can fit him into my hand right now, but he will get to be giant. Okay, hang on. What is it? S-U-L-C-A-T-A. Yeah, that was great. They're about $300, huh? Hang on, I'm spelling this wrong. It's a spurred tortoise, also called a... Oh, they're those. 79 to 110 pounds adult. How long do they live? 110, 150? You can buy them when they're older, the price goes up exponentially. Really? Why wouldn't you want one? How long does it take for he eats what's in the yard? Let me ask you this. How long does it take for the baby that fits in your hand to, you know, get like a decent size? Like say it weighs 25 pounds. 90 years to get full grown, but how long does it take for it to get sort of large? Last time you saw yours, well, where'd he go? How long does it take for it to get pretty big? They keep growing, I understand that. But like say, to get to be 20 pounds. Oh, I see. Buried fence isn't any problem. I'm not sure. What you do for the buried fence is you take rebar, right? So you could go to Home Depot and get rebar, and just get rebar that is like that thick, and just start jamming it in there, every so often. And then if you see them digging, hang on. It takes 5 or 10 years to get to be medium size, which is over 20 to get full size. Okay, so 5 or 10 years, it gets to be 20, 30 pounds or something. Huh. And let me ask you this. So you bring your tortoise in, right? You bring it in, and then he just walks around the house? Does he just chill out somewhere? And I take it they don't go to the bathroom a whole lot, and then when they do, it's not that big of a deal, correct? Do they have a tendency to want to go outside and not inside? There you go. I see. No, it is a big deal. So they do go to the bathroom inside. It's a lot to clean up. I'm a bird owner, Pretty messy when they crap. All these people have them. The poo is huge. The Rebo Fred's idea is simple and awesome. Thanks, Pete. That's what I would do. You just slam down pieces of rebar. I would do that with any cage that I wanted to make it so nobody could dig in or dig out of. Kind of like a crow crap. You don't even know what a crow poop is like, so, I keep mine outside, but you're down south. Can they handle winter? I guess they can because Africa gets cold. Like, at what point do you have to bring them in? I will have to put metal walls. They can punch a hole in the wall when they get bigger. I see. It's got a heated house. I got you. Yeah, you are the reptile people, aren't you? Knock over your furniture. And how destructive are they when they're in your house? They try to knock it over, but do they destroy stuff? Like, I don't know. How destructive? My baby tortoise, if it's under 50 degrees, right, I see. We put them in a kiddie pool, one inside. Oh, I see. Sure, that makes sense. Right, where it just sort of like keeps them in that area. Yeah, so you reptile people, you got it all figured out. Yeah, put them in a kiddie pool. It's a wall. Tortoise that can't climb a wall, it would try and dig. He is like a toddler, tries to eat everything. Oh, so he'll eat bad stuff for him. I gotta go get Khaki. Let me go get Khaki. Khaki! Look at this. What do you got? Hang on. What is it? Got a feather? Don't need a feather. Hi, khaki. It's Cackers. Cackers is, Kaki's pretty big now. Look at her. Right? Kaki's sweet. She is. Hi, Kaki. She smells like soap. Don't you? Somebody said dogs are stinky. No, they aren't. Not as long as you keep the area clean. I have to like mop if I have it like this. You know, it's like a wood floor and everything. I just like clean up daily. So she's downstairs. I mop it. I also have a fan in this like little pen over here, thing that she can't spill. So if what you know, and then I just like mop it out in the morning. I have her upstairs. I switch it upstairs, mop it out, and then bring it back down here. So then I'll go clean up upstairs. It's not ideal. It's not an ideal situation right now, but I'll have it figured out. Sam's room is gonna have it's gonna have a floor soon. So the first thing I had to do is figure out a roost for Sam, and I got that all figured out. I got all the materials. Next time I go to Home Depot, I'll get this self-leveling thing, which is like a type of concrete. And so I'll have that, and then that'll make the floor all level, and then I'll put down tile up there. She could hang out up there too. Make it like one room I have to mop out like at night. I'm not saying she can't walk around on the floor here. She goes to the bathroom, I'll just clean it up. Right? Right, Cack? Right, Cacky Wacky? She's worth the she's totally worth the it doesn't take that long. You know, I just don't want it to smell like a duck pan. You know, so I just clean up. Right? Yeah, I will use the self-leveling stuff, definitely. You know, that way the floor's good, and then I'm gonna use tile. That was Christy's idea. Where is Christy? Hang on. Where's Pachinko? I'm gonna send her a Twitter message. Fucking Pachinko. She's probably lurking or something. She said I snored. That annoyed me. I wasn't like that mad. Because if I snored, everything would be great. Because then I'd get a CPAP, whatever it is. But I don't. I don't snore, and it's this problem. I have a REM sleep disorder, just so that you all know. If I snored, it would be great, but I don't. So I was sleep disorder. So I was annoyed that she's saying that, because there's already been this thing, you know. Nobody ever says that I snore. Okay. You can't write in all caps here. No, but I like Pachinko. She's where is she? I'm gonna say, where the fuck are you? Where are you? All right, there you go. But I don't. Nobody tells me. Nobody's ever said I snore. You know. Do you know how many sleep doctors I've had to go to just in this year? It's an ongoing thing. It's difficult to deal with. I'll get you. Hang on. I'm told I snore too. Do you wake up tired? I don't. But you're told I don't snore, actually. People have slept with me and said I don't snore. right? I don't know what she was hearing. Maybe she was hearing the damn duck, but I don't snore. And then I looked at the thing, and I didn't hear myself snoring. So I don't know what she, nobody's ever said that I don't snore. So I don't know why she was saying that I snore. And then she's like, oh, you could barely hear it. No, I don't snore. And it's like, snoring is a medical thing. It is. No, I'm not tired. So you might snore, but you don't have sleep apnea. I gotta go deal with the dumb dogs. I hear others snoring with the cat. I just, this has been a thing for me since I was a little kid. I'd sleep in class. School was difficult because I was sleeping. That was a major problem. They never put it together. They never figured that out when I was a kid. I remember being in the military, I was afraid I was going to fall asleep on watch and get court-martialed. I learned to, sleep standing up. Terrible. Look at this dog. You're a good girl, Khaki. What? Where do I keep my dog? Well, she was up in the upstairs bedroom just now. We got a little pen down here. If it was more swept up down here, I'd let her walk around, but there's been construction and there's all kinds of stuff on the floor. I'd let her walk around here. What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Cac? What do you see? Huh? What is it? Well, I don't know what you're talking. What are you looking at? Was it the cat? Where's the cat? Is something creeping around? Do you see something that I don't see? Well, see, that's another issue. I fell off a cliff when I was a kid, right? I fell off this cliff. So it's been an ongoing problem for me. My sleep is screwed up. I've been, that's not even worth going into. Hi. Hi, Cac. How you doing? Kiki, would you like, it's better to have rested and not, I don't even know what that means. Hi. Kiki. What are you looking at? Look at how pretty she is. She looks like a hen mallard. Don't you? Don't you look like a hen mallard? I fell off a cliff. This woman was letting us kids push boulders off of a cliff. I was like 4, going on 5. I went with the boulder. Some things got better after it, though. Evidently, that's what Mom said. She attributes the whole animal thing. I sort of became obsessed with trying to talk to animals and shit. But I was right after the thing. My mom was reading me Dr. Dolittle. I remember asking her, well, why can't we? Why can't we talk to animals? Look at that little freak. You're a good bird. What do you want? Do you want me to get you some fruit? Do you want some blueberries? You do. You want some crumbles too? You know what I'll get you? I will. We got cherries in there. That's right. I'll take some cherries and I'll pit them for you, and then you can try some cherries, okay? I hear you, Dom. I hear you. I'm not gonna say anything, but I hear you. Yeah, that microdose, huh? Can help with a lot of stuff. Look at how cute this bird is. You tell me that. How could you not like this bird? I mean, seriously. Look at this. She's not hurting, I'll tell you that. She's very nice. Look at her getting the bugs out of my beard. It's a duck, not a bird. A bird is a duck, idiot. Look at that. It's crazy. It's a crazy animal. Khaki. Khaki wacky. Khaki. Do you want me to pit you some cherries? Do you? I'm gonna try. She likes blueberries a lot. Don't you like blueberries? What are you looking at over there? The mandolin? You like the mandolin? Oh, really? Oh, there's your cat. There's the cat. Right. I'll put you over there, and then I'll get you. I get you some food. And then I'll come in there and we'll start cleaning up in there because I do have to stay on target with everything. What do you want to do? Here, I'll go get your stuff. Have you ever listened to the band? It's my favorite band. The band, The Wait. The Wait is there's so many great songs. Levon Helm. Yeah, I think I've heard of the band before. What's it called? The band? Yeah, I've heard of them. No, it's like my favorite band. The band. Levon Helm, brilliant musician. I mean, seriously, the band is great. Who said that? Have you ever listened to the band? Yes. Oh, the great Clockwork Gatsby. Of course, I got several. Come on, the band? Yeah. You like the band? Pretty amazing. Hi, Khaki. Hi. I might have to sleep on the floor with Khaki tonight. Right, Khaki? I look at Khaki and I just want to laugh. Look at her. I gotta get her a thing outside. Like a day pen, sort of. Oh, I see what you're looking at, that feather. What's up, Christian Dior? You like the band? Yeah, I don't really have a favorite band, but the band would be one of them. It's pretty high up there. Might be, you know. Like if I had to one music, it might be the band or Van Morrison. I haven't seen it. I have that album though. I have that on CD, The Last Waltz. Hi, Peter. I'd like to meet you. Well, that's probably not going to happen. Probably not gonna happen. Sorry, dude, I don't want to meet you. What band? The band. It's called The Band. The Band. Yeah, I know that. It's also an album. They turned it into an album. The Last Waltz. Yeah, I'm gonna get Khaki some cherries and some blueberries and some crumbles. Peter Gabriel, sure. You know, it's okay. You know, Peter Gabriel, yeah. Okay. I'll put you down. I'm gonna get you through. Okay. See how your bed's all cleaned up? Yeah. Nothing too good for khaki. Hang on, Kit. Are you alright, Bucket? What are you throwing up for? Hang on, Kit. Bucket doesn't feel good. Hang on. Alright, what do you need, Bug? Let's see. Hang on. I get you. I gotta deal with Bug. You alright, Bucky? What's up, Buck? What is this? What did you eat, dude? It's a lot of hair. Don't do that, dude. I'll get you some food, Bucket. Hey, hang on, Khaki. Let me get you some. I'm working on it, man. Hang on. Here, I can put it in the. I'll put some cherries in this bowl for Khaki. I'm getting it as quick as I can. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta pit him, man. Hang on. As quick as I can, man. I'm doing it, man. Hang on. Just wants water and food. Hang on. No, Khaki's first, man. Be quiet. Hang on. Let me see what else we got. Hang on. I think I got blueberries in here. Maybe not. Yeah, I do. Hang on. I got no tofu, Khaki. I'll go to the store tomorrow. Hang on. Hang on. And then I'll get your water. Hang on. There, look at this. I bet you're gonna like that. Hang on. Okay, shut up. It's a cherry. I told you like it. Oh yeah, just like crack. You like them? Kicky's alright with the cherries. I'll get you water, hang on. Hang on, Kak. Dogs, be quiet. We'll give her warm water. Hang on, I gotta put something in front. I gotta put crumbles in something. You can use this. I'm not gonna cook with this. Hang on, dude, I'm doing something. Khaki, have some crumbles. You ate all that. You ate all that, huh? What, you? I'll get you food. Come on. I gotta deal with the cackers. Hang on. Oh my God. Hang on, man. I got a lot on my plate here. I got to deal with Mango. Mango, are you up? Dude, come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Grab these. What? Hang on. Move. What's up? Man, this thing holds a lot of water. Hang on, I got it. Cat. Here you go, baby. Some water. Take a load, Fanny. Take a load for free. Take a load of Fanny. He just shook his head, knows all he said. Khaki, I'm here. Now what do you need? What do you need? What's up, baby? You want to turn the TV on? I have to look in here and start cleaning. Move it so this doesn't get wet. Get there. You? I'll get you something to eat. Hang on. Hang on, Buck. You want pork? Alright, hang on. I think I'll get lettuce and have a salad. It's raining hard. Eat that. Eat this too. I'm gonna go take Sam some more food. Oh, you're in the water. So what is it? It's warm, I told you. I like it warm down here. I'm telling you, I'm going to move in here, we're going to clean. You alright, Buck? Just shake his head. There's a say. I'm coming in there, man. You want me to eat in there with you? All right, I will. Hang on. And then I'll move everybody in here, right? Okay. And I'll finish cleaning this up. So it did start late last night. Let me get a fork, Khaki. All right, hang on. Hang on, cackers. Hang on, cack. Hang on, I'm coming in there with you. I'll eat with you, and then I'll move everything in here. All right. Hang on. I'm not gonna even eat a salad. I'll just eat this. What do you eat? Chicken cordon bleu. Do you like those cherries? Good. I told you. Okay, I can make you a small one, but I think maybe you might be able to like loosen the Sam's, right? Oh. Like right here. No, one thing, maybe loosen that side. No way. walking now. Know that? Hang on, Marty. Sorry, Marty. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna finish cleaning up that room. So, you know, there's construction going on in there. Sort of finish some stuff up, get ready to paint the ceiling. So I'm going to get another dog next year. Should I get one from the shelter for $50 and buy one from a breeder for $1,000? Well, $1,000 from a breeder, that's a sort of inexpensive dog. You can get one from the shelter, but you really don't know, you know, you have no, with a breeder, you sort of have an idea of what you're getting. I'm not saying that you can't get a good dog from a shelter. A statistical fact is that people that get dogs from shelters do not invest in training. This is my history and other dog trainers. People that spend $2,000 on a breed, they have a tendency to get training. Why is that? I don't know. Because the dog that is Now, this save a life bullshit is stupid. And I'll tell you why. It's because many times people get a dog from a shelter and ends up back in the shelter because it has problems. And they think that they're going to get a dog from a shelter and everything's going to go great. This bullshit of save a dog. You know, listen, if somebody wants to get a dog from a breeder and they spend money getting the dog trained, well, they saved that life because that life is a good life and it's never going to hit a shelter. Now, I own both dogs. I've owned dogs that are, you know, from shelters. I've owned homeless dogs. And I've also bought dogs. So that whole bullshit is just like mamby-pamby crap that really isn't necessarily true. That's the way I see it. As a professional that works with dogs, I just do not see it like that. I don't. You do not know what you're getting when you get a shelter dog. You do not know what you're getting. You have no idea. You're not really going to see that dog for about 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, and then you might see it. You better start training that dog right away. But if you buy a dog, you should start training it right away. Save a life. You know what? Just get a dog and make sure it doesn't go into a shelter. And it doesn't run around and it doesn't breed with other dogs. You'd be ahead of the game and be doing the right thing. That's what it's about, doing the right thing. You sign a contract whether you get a dog from a shelter or from a breeder. That's the way I see it. I'm sorry. lightweight. What are you doing? Ow. Ow. Talk is such an ass. Better work out. I haven't done much today. I like my new guitar. I do. This was easier than buying the Yamaha. I can get a better guitar. This one works just fine. I like it a lot. just thinking about someone. Sometimes somebody will just say, words have meanings, and like sometimes people write something or say one word. And it just makes all the difference. Like, I don't know. Words have meanings. I'll be able to play this in 1 year. I'm knocking it down from 1 year, from 2 years to 1 year. Where's my glasses? I'm sorry, I'm ignoring everyone. I'm gonna move this into the other room. This guitar's great. I don't have to worry about it. It's great. breaks, who cares? Who cares? And I don't have to look at the shit guitar. After a while, it would be like listening to people. How long have I been playing? I don't know, matter of hours. I'm trying to learn right now. Yeah, I don't need any help. Just let me do it. I know it's terrible. I know it's terrible. Yes, this is a different guitar. I bought it today. That other guitar isn't mine, and I don't want to play it because it's not mine, and I don't want to play it. I'd like to get it to its owner, but I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to pay for that. I don't even know what's here. So I have my own guitar. I don't need to pick that one up. It's a different guitar. Want to see it? It's cheap. It was $150. It was worth every penny. Because this one, I don't mind playing. The other one's a Fender. This is some off-brand. This is a Jasmine or something. Was it made in China or something? Made in Indonesia. It's fine. What's up, GT and Christy? You're in Canada. Best 150 I ever spent. Seriously. It's the price of doing business. Can't deal with that one. This was bad karma. Real bad karma. Can I see the pigeon? There's pigeons around here. I don't know. Can you? Can you see the pigeon? Where's Solar? Solar, are you still mad at me? Solar. Solar's mad at me because I took his lady away. I don't want him having babies. Solar, where are you? Soul. Oh, I see you, freak. Don't be bummed out with me. You got laid. That's all you need. What do you want to do? Is sit on eggs? You got laid, dude. Move on. They'll just sit on eggs. They'll just brood the whole time. It's a terrible existence. Be happy. Be happy you don't have to sit on eggs. You got laid. You got laid, right? Now move on. You don't want to deal with it, baby. Trust me. He did deal with it, baby. He's a terrible parent. Him and Optimus. It's Optimus that was really bad. You know, it wasn't Solar. So Optimus, you know, issues, health issues. PMB, real bad. I'm gonna move this in here. We're gonna go in here, and I'm gonna clean up and watch some TV and clean up in here. At least for a little while. It's khaki. Khaki, we're coming in there. Oh man, I just. Oh, hang on. I got a message. I gotta text somebody real quick. Will you guys hang on? Stay right here. It's real important. Are we here? Oh yeah, sure they do have nice wood in Indonesia, don't they? Yeah, well, the vampire's gonna be up here soon, so I can handle it. Don't worry about it, guys. They can't put that Kavork on me. They're all, listen, let me tell you something about the female vampires. They're all hot. Have you ever seen one that's not? So, like, to a mortal guy, we don't do that here. You know, take your stupid, call me Carson shit, and just get out of here. You're just gonna be removed. Nobody wants to hear it. Do you understand? That dude is a loser, okay? He's a loser, and he's not even on YouTube anymore for a reason. Now, that dude was trying to make it look like I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot. You think I'm adult? Why? Because I'm old? You're the moron then. You're a moron if you think I'm adult. That's what you think. Because, why? Because that guy told you so? Look at him. He sent pictures to a underage person. Okay, he's got serious issues. He's not coming back on YouTube, so it's moronic. He lost everything, and you still look up to him like he's the end all get all. Like his opinion, like, of me, it was meaningless back then. You thought it was just hysterical. Why? Because I'm old? Is that what you think? You think just because somebody's older than you, they're a loser? That's what he thought. That's what you all think. That's not real life, man. That's not real life. I've had friends that are much older than me. I've had friends that are younger than me. That's just ageist crap. That's what you think. You think because somebody, man, I've had friends that were 40 years older than me. Totally cool. They weren't like my dad. They weren't like my mom. I got along with them. It has nothing to do with someone's age, okay? You're a fool if you think that. You're gonna go through your life. Well, you're a fool. And there's a lot of fools that, you know, that channel had a lot of people on it. That channel is losing subs so fast. What do you think that is? People are wised up. He used his fame like that. Well, I don't want to talk about the way somebody looks. That sounds bad, so I won't. Jesus Christ. Hideous creature. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I'm 43 and one of my best... Yeah, that's right. I've had friends... Yeah, same thing. I've been in like my 40s and had friends that are like 71 too. It's like, what? What? You know? Like, I guess if those people that like that channel... I mean, it was really like lowbrow humor. You know, so you're talking about the like lowest common denominator. You're talking about like really low brow humor, childish, just sophomoric crap. So I don't know. There's always going to be that. There's always going to be. Look at the Republican Party. Look at what happened to the Republican Party. Perfect example. We have people that believe in that Q crap. So there's always going to be like that mentality that's just sort of like half-baked, sophomoric, you know, thinks stuff's, oh, that's a real knee slapper. We see it all the time. We see it in this. We see people just repeating stupid stuff. Like they don't have an original thought in their head. They can't have an original thought in their head, so they just repeat stuff. Just repeat stuff. I would like to buy your ladder. Dude, why don't you just go buy your own damn ladder and shut up, you know? Get out of here, dude. I'm sick of this, man. You're just another idiot. I'd like to buy my ladder. Why don't you go to Home Depot and buy one? Do you know how stupid you sound? If you're gonna troll, do something so it's at least worthwhile. I don't know if any trolling's worthwhile though. Like there's this whole mentality of like, got you to say something. Like, what are you, 3 years old? It's more like 7 or 8 year old mentality. I had some wood pigeons on my balcony. Sadly, some crow came over and, well, that sucks, but that happens. That's what they do. That's what they eat. The pigeons will have more. The crow had to eat. That's what they do. It is weird. It like, I don't think that, like to me, like an intellectual is somebody that thinks. You don't necessarily have to be smart, but you have to be a thinking person. And there's too many people that just don't bother thinking. It's too difficult. You don't have to have a high IQ to be an intellectual. You just have to be a thinking person and like, you know, weigh some stuff out. But there's you know, there's too much of this crap on the internet where it's just like, oh, that's a knee slapper, ha ha ha. You know, the memes. We were talking about this earlier. The fucking ridiculous memes are just like. To the YouTuber, it doesn't really hurt us. It probably helps us a little bit, but it's like, it's minuscule how it helps us. It's just sort of like pathetic. You know, like you take somebody else's content and make a meme out of it. It's pathetic. It is. Why don't you make your own shit? Then we had some guy saying like, no, I'm creative. Oh yeah, okay, you're creative, but you make memes out of other people's stuff. You're super creative, but you're not creative enough to make your own content. You have to make it with someone else's. And that means you're creative? Well, it could be, like if you did collage work, but you're not. You're not doing collage work, are you? You're not doing any collage work. You're not doing anything with it except cutting out sections or using pictures. That's not creative. That's pathetic. That is pathetic. I'm just telling you the truth. That's not creativity. That's just like, you know, it borders on plagiarism. but like we already talked about plagiarism earlier, it's not, because it puts it in a different context. So it's not plagiarism. You take something and put it out of context, it's not plagiarism because it makes it something different. That doesn't mean that it's good. And if you want to sit here and talk about art and stuff like that, you want to sit here and talk to me about like how you're creative, fair warning, I actually know what I'm talking about. Okay? So you want to come to this channel and talk crap, and I see that you're just talking nonsense crap, you're just removed instantly. You're just removed. This nonsense of got you to say something is just absurd. It's childish. It's right up there like with like like the second grader, like repeating what you say. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That kind of crap. It's childish, man. It's sophomoric at best. And that's what we see on the internet. It's ridiculous. These are either children or they're people with childlike minds. Because there's no way anybody can actually think that, like, just taking somebody's content and taking a section out is creative. That's not creative. Taking somebody's picture and slapping her, starting your own Instagram page with somebody else's pictures, that's creative. That's not. That's not even scrapbooking. Scrapbooking would be more creative than that. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. It seems like an eighth grader, It seems like an eighth grader that's mad at their mommy and their daddy. That's what it seems like. So they sublimate by like finding somebody on the internet that's older like their mommy and daddy, and then they sort of like give them shit in a childlike way, and that's supposed to like really get like me as the content creator, like, oh, that really bums me out. I'm crying. Meh. You're the one that's crying, aren't you? You're upset. You're not getting attention from your mommy and daddy, so you take Peter's pictures and hopefully he's gonna give you some attention, and other people will come to your Instagram page. It's all about me, Peter, not you. Nobody even knows who you are. You're a loser. See what I'm saying? Think about it, kid. Think about it. Nobody likes you in 8th grade, is it right? They don't like you in 8th grade. So you get on the internet to act like a tough guy, don't you? Oh, you're so creative. You're such a wit, aren't you? You're a half-wit. It is. It's half-witted shit. It's pathetic. It is. It's pathetic. Everybody that has content and everybody sees this stuff, and even people that don't put out content see it and think it's pathetic. You're mad at your mommy and your daddy, so you're sublimating. I did a stream on Twitch on an OS application. I was coding, and some kid's videos went and made fun of my stuttering the next day. He did my project idea. These kids are pathetic. Yeah, yeah, that's a perfect example, JP. So JP stutters, and then some kids like making fun of it. That sounds like Republican garbage, I'm sorry, I'm going back to this. Like, people give Joe Biden shit, like he stutters. The mind that stutters is stuttering because it's moving so fast. That's why, it can't catch up to the mouth. That's a fact. So to give somebody shit that stutters, it's like, their mind is much quicker than yours. And besides, why would you give somebody shit about something like that? Like, how pathetic is that? That's just pathetic. That's childish nonsense. Why would you care? I stutter a little bit too, JP. You probably noticed. My older brother does. See, I do it. It's just not as pronounced. Like some people, it's more pronounced. But it's pathetic. It's right up there, like with racism or something. It's just some pathetic jab at somebody because they have nothing to say. They couldn't say anything, The kid can't like critique you and say anything about your shit in an intelligent way, so they attack you. Like they couldn't look at what you were doing, you know, and say it's fucked up, so they just attack you personally. You know, oh, I've seen it, please. My appearance, I'm old. I've been called a bum before. There was a time when I would come up here and work, I didn't have, you know, water. There's no water in this place, so I'd just go for days, dirty clothes, whatever. Somebody would say I look like a bum. Well, I'm working on the house, okay? Clothes are getting filthy, and I don't really care. You know, somebody that attacks somebody for their appearance, well, I wonder what you look like, you know? This person that gave JP shit, I wonder what you're like, you know? I bet you're not very popular on the playground, are you? So it made you feel like a big man to give somebody shit, didn't it? You feel like a big man? You do. The trolls that are watching this, you feel real tough and you giggle when you do it. Oh, I'm so funny. No, you're not really funny. You're not funny. That's just it. Oh, you love my dogs? Thank you. He is abiding. It's not funny. It isn't. It's just pathetic shit. It's childish. It's childish. It's like a knock-knock joke. You know? It's a knock-knock joke. Knock-knock. You know? How pathetic is that? You know? Oh, JP knows how to code. The kid, I'm sure, doesn't. Some dude who was on my stream who was defending me told me about his stream, and he used a voice changer to sound like a robot. I left to assume he was a squeaker. I don't know what that means, JP. You can write code, huh? What kind of stuff do you do writing code? Like, is that what you do for a living? Oh, PL knows how to code. Why do you know how to code? You took that in school? You don't use it though. Is that like something that people learn and then like, oh, I know yeah, guy down in the gallery, he could code too. He learned it as a prepubescent boy. I see. I'm an OS developer. I see. But like, I knew this gallery owner. He went to Yale. I'm sure he had to take the class. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm coding." He was doing something. I'm like, "Oh, you can do that?" He goes, "Yeah, sure." Like that. I used to work for PlayStation and Renegade Gaming. Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. This sounds stressful. This sounds like a real job. I'm not just a pretty face. No, I know you're a brilliant woman, PL. I know that. And you know pigeons. Games design and programming. You live in central New York, right? Well, I live by Lake Seneca. Yeah, I guess. Western Central. Something like that. Marty, up here! Shut up, dude! It's nice up here. I'm still strongly considering a pigeon. PL, or JP, get one. Just get a young one. You know, I got one from Stromberg. They sent me a real young one, a Hungarian tumbler. And it came, man, I swear to God, I think it was about 30 days old. That would be Chaga. Chaga's real friendly. Just when you get it, if you keep it in a small room, right? Keep it in a small room and let it just come to you. You know, just feed it and don't be real fast movements and stuff. Man, you can turn it into a pet for sure. That's why I got mine Stromberg's. Well, it matter if I get it from someone who races them. If you can get one from somebody who races one, right? Ask them if they can give you one that's under 30 days old, like about a 20-day-old pigeon, right? Say you want one and you want to turn it into a pet, okay? I know where Auburn is. Tell them, say, I want one I want it weaned, just weaned, and that's how you want something like that. You want to get it under 30 days. If you get it under 30 days, if you could even get it like the last few days of weaning and just throw some black-eyed peas down its gullet, you know, something like that, man, you will have no problems with that pigeon. I mean, if you really want to get one, or you really want it to bond to you, then you get it like, you know, 4 days old or something and feed it 5 days old, but that's harder to do. When I visit him, he said he'd give me a free young one. Yep, exactly. Yeah, there you go. He'll know what to do. You just want it up from 2.5 weeks. Yeah, if you could get one at 2.5 weeks, you're gonna be good to go. You will be good to go. Talk to that guy. He will know exactly. Just tell. Yeah, he knows. You want it. You want it as a pet. You know. You want it as a pet, and he'll give you a young pigeon, and you'll have a great pigeon. That's awesome. Yeah, you will not regret it. They are great. They are really great. They really are. I only have one on this floor that flies around. Sometimes Remmie's here. Shut up, dude. Just go, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Like he's asking about my ladder. Like, you know, yesterday he was asking about the chair. You know, it's this childish nonsense. And then he comes back and asks the same shit. This is nonsense. Like, is that funny? I mean, is it? It doesn't seem like it. Feeding from day one is every 2 hours. You won't sleep. Yeah, feeding from listen, a day-old pigeon is real difficult. They're real tiny. 4 days is sort of doable. 1 day is really going to be difficult. Well, one day is going to be difficult. 2 days, it gets easier. 3 days will be easier. 4 days is easier. You know, man, when they're born, you know, some of them are really, really tiny. Solar is part Hungarian tumbler. He could fit in a teaspoon. I was like, Remmie, you got to do this, and Remmie did it. Like 1 day old, you had to like stimulate the bird and stuff. And, you know, it's difficult. You got to keep them real warm. That's the key to the baby birds, is keep them warm and be feeding them all the time. You got to get up at night. It's you know, it's rewarding but exhausting. Yeah, they're so tiny. It's unbelievable how tiny they are. Some people said something about Solar. Oh, he's so ugly. I was like, oh my God, he's so cute. Are you crazy? You don't think a baby bird's cute? It's not a baby bat. It's a baby bird. It's adorable. Right, Solar? Solar's a little shit. He got laid today. I know he did. Solar, did you have sex with Chaga? He did. How was it? She's pretty hot. If I was a pigeon, I'd be fighting him for her. Thanks. Do you think I get toys like a parrot? PL uses some toys. I don't really use them. I just interact with the birds. She uses bells and stuff. You don't really need that. You don't need like pigeon stuff. They don't do that. I just fuck around with them. Here, let's go for a ride in the car. You know. Right, Solar? Khaki. I gotta move this in here. I'm gonna clean. I think I'm gonna go over here and light a candle. One of my Yankee candles. The smell is intoxicating. I love them. That company, Yankee Candle, I think the owners of that are friends with Kathy Lee Gifford. I think so. And probably Trump. What about their diet? Seeds and Harrison's is my recommendation. On an adult? With someone that's weaned? Seeds and Harrison's. I like Harrison's a lot. It's expensive. Someone said something about called Rowdy Bush. I don't know what that is, but Harrison's pet food or Harrison's bird food is an awesome product. Your bird is going to get vitamins. It's really good. You will get the small ones. You got to get the really tiny ones, which are called, I don't know, but it's for smaller birds like cockatiels and budgies and stuff. You do that along with seed. And man, I feed just conditioner, seed, and aniseed oils. You can get Harrison's over there. You mentioned this. You get Harrison's, or do you have it shipped over from the United States? Come back to me, PL. Answer my question, woman. Where do you? They have Harrison's. Harrison's makes it over there, or what? They ship it. Come on, PL. Yes, we get Harrison's. Oh. So it's just distributed over there, you know? It's made in the U.S. and it's just sent over there. I didn't know that. It's a great food. Yeah, they ship it. Oh, I see. Like all that other stuff for pigeons, like Supreme and all. Man, I don't like that. But Harrison's has no food coloring in it. Man, it is a quality product. Yes, yeah. There's it's distributed over. Right, there's somebody selling it. I recommend. I'll give Sam Harrison's. Like I got the Harrison's for Peaches, my cockatoo. You know, the big squares, and I'll give those to Sam too. It's really an awesome food. It's not cheap, but yeah, diamond doves are pretty cute. This is an Australian breed, I think, or species, I think. There's all kinds of birds you can get on Stromberg's. They'll send them to you. I think they have doves too. But JP, your idea of a guy that raises them, that's exactly what you do. He will hook you up. I lucked out with Chaga. Seriously, when I opened up the box and looked at her, I'm like, because they said, Stromberg said something like, we only ship pigeons that are at least 2 months old, right? And I'm like, a 2-month-old pigeon, I can convince that thing to be my pal, right? No problem. So I opened up the box and I'm like, wow, this bird is maybe, I was thinking like 27 days old or something. It still had like, I was looking at the feathers, I'm like, this is a young bird. I was so happy to see that. I would have gone with the 2-month-old pigeon, no problem. I had gotten Chip to, Chaga to hook up with Hemiwinkle, and then I was like, why am I hooking her up with that brute? She's too nice. She doesn't need to be hanging around with Hemiwinkle. And then I made the decision just to keep the boys and the girls separated because it just doesn't make any sense. It just stresses everybody out. They're always brooding. They're never off the nest. It's not like a healthy situation. So I just sort of like everybody's separated. There's no reason for it. Right, Khaki? Khaki says right. I'm going to clean up in here. I'm going to turn the TV on too. What do y'all think about that? I'm going to go over here and see if I can find a candle to light so I can just really enjoy that Yankee Candle smell. It's pretty special. They make a quality candle. Don't they, Khaki? Not Khaki's just sitting over here in her water. Just sitting there going, Right, Khaki? Guy's just sitting around in some water. Whatever. You like sitting in water, don't you? Let's turn the TV on and see what's happening. Khaki. I really like that text message today. It's just something about it.
That even though fully vaccinated people don't need to wear masks, camps should be supportive of staff or campers who choose to wear them. The CDC advises
Marty!
campers to wear masks.
That little shit.
First in out. Say goodbye to toe buckets with Bungie Man.
Out here, Memorial Day weekend.
What's up with that toe fungus?
Enjoy what's around you.
I don't have it.
To fire up reasons to be together. To collect new memories. And grow in fresh ways. You live life out here to the fullest. So in more than 1,900 communities.
Cat.
Today, and with the services that make shopping easier than ever.
Cat.
Out here. Itch. Scratch. Itch. Scratch. Let's go. Maximum strength itch relief without a prescription.
Lyman Granite and Stone Cleaner is the best way to safely clean and disinfect your stone countertops. It kills the COVID-19 virus while keeping your countertops safe from damage. Many homes cleaners actually run against soft stone. Lyman is specially formulated to keep your countertops protected. Clean, shine, and disinfect with Lyman. Now also available in wipes. Are you
There's a lighter to go light this candle.
Take control of your online data. Use VPN and
Come on, let's explore.
cybersecurity
Well, my
app.
cholesterol is really good.
Best deal at nordvpn.com.
Carl, I didn't know we were having dinner tonight. Dandruff. Keep dandruff from ruining date night. Oh, I know. And necessity, it's powerful relief of flakes and I'm Marty Melber in for Joy Reid, and one of the biggest developments this week is the Manhattan DA convening a grand jury in the criminal probe of Donald Trump. It's
Right here, dude.
decide whether to indict people of the Trump organization, could include Donald Trump. And we have been speaking with a number of the witnesses and insiders who are basically the building blocks of this thing. People like Trump CFO Alan Weisselberg's former daughter-in-law Jennifer Weisselberg. She has spoken to the investigators here. She says she thinks Weisselberg will eventually flip. And Donald Trump's lawyer Michael Cohen agrees.
Alan Trump admitted to meeting with Johnson and faced us and said, I'll never show this. Oh no, I'm supposed to be a guarantor on my apartment, my lease after I was getting divorced, when I was getting divorced, excuse me. And he said, oh no, I can't show my house, but I can't show my pay stubs. And I thought, why not? Basically he's saying they're illegal. And I'm not releasing them. It was during the Cohen FDNY investigation. What do you tell him?
This family is going to pretend that it all had to do with Alan, and that Alan was in charge of everything, and Alan was responsible, and they're all going to flip against Alan.
I think if you take a look at the panel that's here in front of you, Ari, you have what I would term to be the trifecta of trouble for Trump. If you take a look, of course, Stephanie, who has the Melania and the Presidential Inaugural Committee, you have Jennifer, who deals directly with the CFO, and myself, that sort of encompasses Trump and family, as well as the organization. But Alan is a very interesting guy, because Alan was the gatekeeper for every penny that came in and went out of the Trump organization. But it wasn't just the Trump organization. It was also Donald's personal accounts. It was the kids' business accounts. It was the Presidential Inaugural Committee. It was the campaign. Any penny that had anything to do with Donald Trump went through Alan Weisselberg's desk. So now that they have Alan sort of under investigation, I remember once I had bumped into Alan and the family at a restaurant here in the city, and when I went over to say hello, he was like, oh, you can't talk to me, you're under investigation. Well, I really do hope that as soon as I get off of home confinement tonight, hopefully bump into him again, I can turn around and I can say to him the exact same thing. But I do believe that he has significant exposure, and I think his exposure is not one that you can just hide, because the beautiful thing about numbers is numbers don't lie, people do. And as we know, So it's a question of whether or not Alan wants to now serve time in his golden years, or he wants to provide the information to the multitude of different organizations, law enforcement organizations that are currently investigating him. My suspicion is that he's going to provide the information they want.
A lot of people may talk about Donald Trump or any other politician. These are people talking to investigators, but not Donald Trump. That includes a former executive there, Barbara Perez. She worked with him for over a decade. She says Weisselberg is scared.
Trump has always been total Teflon, so I mean, we got generous calls and closing in on him. It's wonderful and surprising. Weisselberg, I mean, you must be sure that it's good. I mean, he's a key man here, and he's got things at stake. So it's just, I know he's got his kids and the prospects of going to jail, and it's a big deal for Weisselberg. And Weisselberg is just he's an ordinary guy. I mean, he's not like a Caine or, the big names of Stone, those people. He's just an ordinary guy. I mean, he rose up and changed his standing and everything. But I can imagine he's just beside himself. That Weisselberg is one of the total systems that doesn't agree with anything else with Trump's position or knowledge. So I think that'll be interesting in trying to lay it on Weisselberg and how he responds. And I think it'll be effective.
And then there's the casinos. Jack O'Donnell, president of the Plaza Hotel Casino in Atlantic City for Trump. And we went through what he knows about Weisselberg and the money. And he said some of the questions were that I want to make sure you see. Investigators might want to see it. He alleges he was asked by Donald Trump himself to falsify financial records, the very issue that the current probe is looking at. Take a listen.
It's all about money with Donald. Everything centers around money with Donald and the organization. And there's two forms of money. There's cash, and then there's what's on a piece of paper, okay? And they don't necessarily have to look the same, or they don't have to total up the same. The numbers can mean something different. That was very clear. And I actually went through, a situation where I was asked to literally build false financials for my business. So the numbers don't have to equal each other.
Who requested that?
Very specifically, 3 people were involved in asking me to redo the numbers. Robert Trump, his brother, Harvey Freeman, who was his attorney at the time, and Donald Trump also. It took
So
place.
he was in on that kind of direct request. Go ahead.
Well, the direct request came. I submitted. The process then was every entity in the organization submitted their budgets to New York. And in this case, this was the year that the Taj Mahal was going to open. So there was really a lot of scrutiny, and we all knew the numbers were going to decrease. When I submitted my numbers, I was summoned to New York. And I was first put in a room with Robert and Harvey, and they said these numbers won't work. We can't go backwards. The numbers have to go up. I said, well, we're having a 20% increase in capacity. Everybody's numbers are going to go down. They said, can't happen. Alan won't accept it. Donald won't accept it. Have to redo the numbers. After that meeting, I then went into Donald's office, and Donald said, did Robert and Harvey talk to you about the numbers? And I said, yes. Let me explain why I can't redo the numbers, because they won't be true. And he just said, we need new numbers.
We need new numbers. Perhaps come into a grand jury room near you. And with a lot more in our hour here, up next, how is President Biden consolidating all of the Democratic Party to put Mitch McConnell in a bind? When we come back.
Cell phone repair.
Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay what you need? Just get a quote at libertymutual.com.
Really? Check that out. Oh, yeah. I think I might get a quote. Like, Ken.
Sammy? There you go.
Only pay for what you need.
Get out of here, Mouse.
dedicated advisor, you'll make a plan that can adjust as your life changes, with access to tax-smart investing strategies that help you keep more of what you earn. And with brokerage accounts, you see what you'll pay before you trade. Personalized advice, unmatched value. At Fidelity, you can have both.
Carl, I didn't know we were having dinner tonight.
You are.
Keep Amber from ruining date
Oh,
night.
wow, everybody.
Salsa Blue. It's powerful relief from legs and hips.
Thank you. Salsa Blue.
Work.
Human. What if being forced to come brought us even closer to our own humanity and a better way to work by paying attention to what matters most? Motivates us to always recognize and celebrate each other from anywhere through anything. Leading companies use work human because this is where the world is heading. After all, without the human, it's just work.
During photosynthesis, plants convert solar energy into chemical energy, cleaning the oxygen we breathe. Plants clean the air. When applied to stained textiles, plant-based surfactants like the ones in 7th generation detergent trap stains at the molecular level and flush them away. Plant-based detergent clean your clothes. It's just science.
Just fine. 7th generation, powered by plants, chemical stains.
Toe fungus is tough to kill, and it can spread.
It's time to start using fungi now. Maximum strength fungal is so powerful it treats and prevents fungal infections. Plus, it has aloe and tea tree oil to restore skin health. Say goodbye to toe fungus with fungi now.
Pain? Yeah, here. Aspirin with extra Gladygate. Works fast, lasts.
Amber cream.
Nail fungus is nasty. Only OptiNail starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 2 days. Its clinically proven formula penetrates the nail for results you can see quickly. OptiNail. Give fungus-damaged toenails a makeover. Come work for an innovative company that pushes the boundaries of connectivity, entertainment, and communication. Spectrum, the nation's fastest-growing TV, internet, voice, and mobile provider, is looking for individuals who are interested in making the most out of their career. Employees enjoy full benefits, best-in-class 401k, and complimentary services. Spectrum has a wide range of positions available, so find the right opportunity for you. Just go to jobs.spectrum.com. Apply today. Wyman branded stone cleaner is the best way to safely clean and disinfect your stone countertops. It kills the COVID-19 virus while keeping your countertops safe from damage. All this clean is actually worn against you, some stone. Wyman is specially formulated to keep your countertops protected. Clean, shine, and disinfect with Wyman. Now also available in wipes.
Is President Biden the new Bernie? He's unveiled a $6 trillion set of budget proposals, lifting the middle class and expanding social safety nets. He also does want to raise funds back to corporations and the super wealthy. His sweeping plans would bring spending to basically the highest level adjusted over the past 50 years. This shows Biden's transformation in how he's governing. Many see here progress and an attempt to consolidate the Democratic Party, while on domestic policy going for Bernie. After coming into office with a reputation as more moderate.
More cops, more prisons, more physical protection for the people. We have predators on our streets. You must take back the streets. Congress gives President Bush what he wants in the showdown with Saddam Hussein by a vote of 77 to 23. We say, yes, Mr. President, you have that power to go to war. When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid.
He meant Medicare and Medicaid. He meant Iraq. He meant clean up the streets with that tough and controversial crime bill. Now, that was it. And Joe Biden's long-standing career. And then we know recently that the party that he's in seemed to sort of split 2 presidential cycles in a row between the more establishment centrist choice and a progressive one. First it was Clinton versus Sanders, and then it was Biden versus Sanders. At this time a year ago, Sanders had not yet endorsed Biden, and they've been engaging in months of
do whatever thing made any sense. Joe and I have a fundamental disagreement here. In case you haven't noticed. Obviously, the Paris Accord is useful, but it doesn't go anywhere directly. Joe, you're missing the point. This is an existential crisis.
About a year later, Biden's governing from the core and base of the Democratic Party. The progressive base, pushing the liberal plans I just mentioned, spending that outstrips anything from the early days of the Obama-Biden administration, pushing higher taxes on the wealthy and on corporations, and Joe Biden taking sides with labor more than he did in past decades, more than past Democratic presidents. He's pushing the new multi-trillion-dollar plan with major planks for jobs, racial justice, and addressing climate change. Now, whether it's correlation or causation, Biden at times can sound a bit like the new Bernie.
We need a lot more electrical for the other 49 states. China is building high-speed rail all over the place. We are not. We have to improve infrastructure. China and other countries eating our lunch.
Is Biden simply revealing his own values now that he has his power? Or is he channeling Sanders? An Obama campaign veteran and beat guest, Caine says it shows the new era of progressive politics that's much closer to Bernie Sanders' vision of radically distributing America's wealth downwards. But it doesn't mean Biden has gone full Democratic socialist. Sanders himself wants more direct climate action in that new Biden bill. And Biden has not been with liberals on a larger plan to wipe out student debt up to 50 grand or go to the mat fully on minimum wage in the Senate. But as Comandori argues, and as some liberals have been arguing for years, the Democratic Party's base is fundamentally progressive on economic justice. And that base, with its coalition, is larger than the MAGA movement. And the new president, Biden, increasingly sounds like he gets that. Which means he sounds more like the party's progressives than, say, Joe Biden from the 90s.
CEOs make millions and millions of dollars, but don't ask us to pay more in taxes. For a multinational corporation that builds a factory abroad, bring it home and sell it, they pay nothing at all. If elected president of the United States, I'm a union guy. I support unions and we built the middle class. It's about time they start to get a piece of the action.
And then some food for thought as we see it all coming together. I want to share programming on MSNBC is doing a new documentary about young people who take care of veterans with disabilities and their own families. It's called Sky Blossom, Diaries of the Next Greatest Generation. It premieres this Saturday, fittingly, this holiday weekend, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on MSNBC. Wishing you a great weekend. You can always find me on the weeknights at 6 p.m. Eastern or online at Ari Melber on social media. Even right here on MSNBC.
It's been a week and a week. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
In the Romo household, we're different to the batch.
Are you still in bed?
Yes. Bye.
That's why we don't schedule max cushion. Okay, maxed out the cushion for extreme comfort.
It's like walking on clouds. With something. No, you first.
You are in no position to negotiate.
Really? Is this what we're doing?
The Bitcoin on here will never be yours.
That can't stop me.
So that's how you gotta be crypto.
No, I invested in great deal. Exposure straight from my brokerage account.
Okay, what happened to guy in the roof?
Investing in Bitcoin begins with GBTC.
They stop me from blowing up this market.
Bitcoin! Whoa. This is my fantasy. And is your toilet seat up?
Investing in Bitcoin begins with GBTC.
privacy and identity all in one. Opt into cyber safety at North.com.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free. Yeah, my skin, yeah, that's all me. Nothing that we go ahead and hang. Nothing on my skin, that's why you plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clear skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Sky Rizzy is 4 doses a year after 2 starting doses.
I see life standing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say. Nothing is everything.
Sky Rizzy may increase your risk of infection and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Now's the time to ask your
Don't do this at
about
home.
Sky Rizzy.
Out here, Memorial Day weekend is an opportunity to enjoy what's around you, to take pride in your land, to fire
You're
up reasons to
professional.
be together, to collect new memories, and grow in fresh ways. You live life out here to the fullest. So, for more than 1,900 degrees, we're here with everything you need to bring on the new day, and with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything you need for life out here.
The real, authenticated. Millions are saying yes to Allegra, the #1 allergist-recommended non-drowsy brand. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and unlike Zyrtec, it's non-drowsy. Say yes to Allegra. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D behind the pharmacy counter.
Tonight on All In.
The Republican minority just prevented the American people from getting the full truth about January 6th. Donald Trump's big lie has now fully enveloped the Republican Party.
Republicans who ran for their lives on January 6th run from responsibility today, as key Democrats offer thoughts and prayers for democracy. Choosing to put politics and political election above the health of our democracy is unconscionable. Tonight, how the party of Trump killed a bipartisan investigation into an attack on America and what the Democrats plan to do next. Then, was Rudy Giuliani used by a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 election? Well, we're learning about yet another new investigation. And top White House economics advisor Cecilia Rouse on a new Biden budget that would revolutionize the American economy.
We're going to get something economists call full employment.
A supersized edition of All In starts right now. Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Good to have you here on this holiday weekend. To stick around, to show their face, to stand in the will of the Senate while they did it. Republicans have successfully filibustered the creation of a bipartisan commission split evenly between Democrats and Republicans for a comprehensive inquiry into the deadly insurrection. The Senate rules. Here's the vote tally. Ready for this? Do some math in your head. See if you can figure this one out. Which one's bigger? The vote was 54 yeas against 35 nays. Now, in any other context, if you're voting and 54 people want something and 35 people do not, well, that's a win for the yeas. But in the United States Senate, apparently it is not, because you need 60 votes to overcome filibuster. Not even 60% of those senators who bothered to stick around, but 60 votes out of however many there are. And for the absences, 2 Democrats were absent. Senators Kirsten Sinema of Arizona and Patty Murray of Washington. 9 Republicans were absent, including Senator Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, who, according to a spokesperson, missed the vote due to a family commitment, but would have voted yes if he was there. Well, okay, in some ways I get it. I mean, you are hours away from Memorial Day weekend. You want to be with your family, you have commitments. Right now, frankly, just between you and me, I would love to be at home with my family. But here I am at work. So are our producers, our great stage manager right there, our director, our
do their job too on the Thursday before the holiday weekend? So now with the Republicans blocking the creation of a January 6th commission, we are left with a classic round of frustration and disappointment from senators like Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who are trying to will into an existence a Senate that no longer exists. Here's Senator Manchin earlier today expressing his disappointment with the Republican president.
About the health of our democracy is unconscionable. And the betrayal of the work that we each take is something they will have to live with. And I am sorry that my Republican colleagues and friends let political fear prevent them from doing what they know in their hearts to do right.
Senator Murkowski, on the other hand, correctly saw the writing of the wall last night, expressed her frustration with Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell with a remarkable bit of truth telling.
We just can't pretend that nothing bad happened, or that people just got too excitable. Something bad happened, and it's important to lay that out. To be making a decision for the short-term political gain at the expense of understanding and acknowledging what was in front of us on January 6th. I think we need to look at that critically. Is that really what this is about? Is everything is just one election cycle after another? We have free and fair elections, and we respect the results of those elections, and we allow for a peaceful transition of power. We kind of want that to endure beyond just one election cycle.
Right there with you, Senator. NBC News reports that as Senator Murkowski spoke last night, Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman, you'll remember him, that's that gentleman there, right, who on January 6th steered riders away from an open door to the Senate chamber, stood only a few feet away from the Senate. Goodman showed Murkowski his phone and said, "Look, you're trending." She replied, "Wait, you were behind me that whole time?" Murkowski then hugged Goodman and said, "I'm worried." Well, she should be. We all are. Worry's not enough. Something's got to change here. Sahil Kapoor is national political reporter for NBC News, who's been extensively covering these proceedings, and he joins me now. Sahil, you were there, I think, last night, or at least covering it closely, and can you just walk us through how this went down? Because when I took this anchor chair last night, it was maybe just a few hours away, maybe later in the night, and I woke up this morning to find that, oh, they still haven't done it yet.
Quite a chaotic 24 hours, Chris. The Senate went late yesterday after attempting to pass a China competitiveness bill, and there was one wrench after another that was thrown into it, finally by Ron Johnson, one that was not avoidable. The Senate stayed in session, adjourned a few minutes before 3 a.m. It came back at around 9 a.m. They agreed to push the China bill back after the Memorial Day recess and vote on the January 6th bill. As you can imagine, many senators were absolutely exhausted. 11 of them ended up missing this vote, and in the end, as you pointed out, it got 54 votes, short of the 60 needed to break a filibuster. I have never seen the kind of disillusionment that I'd seen from certain senators, most notably Joe Manchin, who is the most vocal proponent, as you know, of the filibuster, of bipartisanship. His theory all along has been that is a tool to promote cooperation, and it was put to a pretty significant test today, and it did not meet that test, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, what was your sense? McConnell obviously whipped against this, and it was pretty clear, I think, that they had, they were going to secure the votes going in, which I think was part of the frustration, because Ron Johnson's, I'll editorialize for a second, tantrum about not getting his amendments on the border was a little moot and beside the point to what the actual outcome was going to be, had people's frustration. But there wasn't that much suspense, but was there at any point a possible 10 vote?
I don't think so, Chris. I could never really count to 10 votes. I mean, it was surprising to me that 6 Republicans voted in favor of this. Just yesterday, I was asking some, like Rob Portman, I was pressing him, I was pressing Pat Toomey as to whether they would vote yes, and neither of them said. I think there were a number of Republican senators who were genuinely on the fence, but not close to 10. McConnell had this in his hand the whole time. He had pressured his members to vote against this. He had made the case in private, to his members behind closed doors that this would be bad politics for the Republicans. And look, this is me talking about him, but it's simply an uncomfortable political fact for the Republicans that it was supporters of Donald Trump who ransacked that Capitol and many ways, to quote Lisa Murkowski, a short-term political calculation. If anyone has standing to talk about short-term political calculations, it's her. She's up for re-election next year, and in her mind, that is not worth putting ahead of the need for an independent commission so the country can have a common baseline of facts of what happened on that deadly day, Chris.
Yeah, to that point, so Minority Whip John Thune sort of gave up the game last week when he said that anything that gets us rehashing the 2020 election, I think, is a day lost on being able to draw a contrast between us, the Democrats, a very radical left-wing agenda. Like, you know, what you said is that the objective facts of the matter are what they are, which is the president lied about the election, he whipped up a mob, which he then invited to the Capitol, which then engaged in violence against police officers seeking to overturn the election. Like, those are the facts. So there's no universe in which, like, learning more about that ends up being a political boon to the Republican Party, I think, and that's all it took.
And here's where it goes next, Chris. Democrats are going to investigate this one way or another.
That's right.
Speaker Pelosi in the House always left open the possibility to do a select committee, sort of like Republicans created with the Benghazi attack years ago. And the big difference between that and this commission is that Republicans will be able to attack the select committee and call it partisan and try to undermine its legitimacy in the eyes of voters. The purpose of this commission was much like the 9/11 commission, to come up with a version of events that was actually real and that both sides can point to and say that's what happened. Because look, Chris, there's some really crazy conspiracy theories out there. One Republican congressman compared that riot to a normal tourist visit, and there are photos of him barricading the door of the chamber of the House of Representatives while people were trying to storm that and put his and other people's lives in danger. That is how far the overturned window has shifted in terms of party, inter-party politics over this issue. So Republicans don't want to put their fingerprints on a commission that would uncover uncomfortable political facts for Donald Trump, who is still the de facto leader of the party, despite his defeat, or for his supporters, which might harm them in the 2022 election. This is all about the midterms at this point, when Republicans want to capture control of the House and the Senate. Chris.
Solid report, as always, great reporting. Thank you. I want to bring in two people who are very familiar with the inner workings of the Republican Party. Olivia Troy, who served as an advisor to Vice President Mike Pence, now heads up the Republican Accountability Project. And Tim Miller, writer-at-large for The Bulwark, a former spokesman for the Republican National Committee. Tim, let me start with you. I sort of hate playing hypocrisy whack-a-mole, because at a certain point it's like, it is what it is. No one's arguing in good faith. But there's sort of an amazing thing happening here, which is that right after the insurrection, Cornyn tweeted that I support a 9/11 style commission. I agree with Nancy Pelosi. But he was doing that because he was saying that impeachment was the wrong idea, right? So then once impeachment's off the table, you have a chance for a 9/11 style commission, then you don't want that. And then Asile said, as soon as there's an actual select committee, they'll say, well, this committee is too partisan. We should have something bipartisan. Like, you just sort of move on to the next argument every time.
Yeah, look, I want to agree with Sile's analysis that there was never going to be 10 votes, right? But that's preposterous that there shouldn't have been 10 votes. I mean, they had 6. There were 2 other senators who voted for impeachment that didn't vote. You mentioned Toomey as one of them earlier. Burr is the other one. That's 8. You know, I had Mitch McConnell, who, after he opposed the impeachment to Donald Trump, said that Donald Trump was morally and practically responsible for the insurrection, and I assume also means the deaths that happened at the Capitol, the injuries of the police officers. Had Mitch McConnell said we should have a bipartisan investigation into this, that's 9, and he only needs to find one other senator, right? So it's not as if this was an impossible task, finding 10 senators. Mitch McConnell, who is the avatar for the debasement of my former friends in the establishment of the Republican Party, had said himself that Trump was responsible for this. He could have whipped for the 10 votes. He didn't do so. He could have gotten Donald Trump impeached and convicted 3 months ago. He didn't do so. His excuse then was that the Democrats rushed this. Remember that, Chris? The Democrats said rush this. Yeah. And so I can't vote for impeachment now, so I just need to give this two-faced speech where I save face in front of my donors, but I don't actually do anything to hold them responsible. Well, now here's the chance to not rush it, to get to the bottom of it. He could have put whoever he wanted on that bipartisan commission. But he doesn't want to do it. He's made his bed. He's made his deal with the devil, the Trump, and that's it. So it's not hypocrisy laughable. It's Mitch McConnell stands far and away above everyone else when it comes to hypocritical action.
By the way, one more thing on that. I just because this gets phrased in partisan terms. There's just an information informational prerogative here. I saw Paul Gosar, the very, very right-wing Republican congressman today, sort of praising Ashley Babbitt, the woman that very, very tragically lost her life. She was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer inside the Bridgestone chamber. And he was praising her as a martyr. And I don't agree with that characterization, even though what happened to her was horrible. But again, like, that would be in the purview of a commission. I think we should probably know more about what happened there. Honestly, like, that seems like a useful thing. Like, there's not been a ton of information on that. We didn't get a ton of readouts on it. You know, we learned the police. So it's like, let the chips fall where they may. There was a big, complicated day. We should just get to the bottom of it, Olivia. Like, I don't even, there's a way to view this that isn't wholly partisan.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, if he was so upset about her and the protecting Americans and the lives of Americans, then why did he enable the rhetoric and the lies that led to that moment then, right? I saw that tweet today, I literally saw red when I saw it, and it was like, because I was so mad, because I was like, you were part of this, I mean, every day, and the day we vote, you know, when I see things like that with Gosar, and I see Matt Gaetz calling for violence, and I see Marjorie Taylor Greene spreading hate. I felt like today was the final seal of approval by the Republican Party saying this is truly what we stand for, and we do not care about the safety of Americans. Because that's really what this commission is for, is to make sure that we don't, there's lessons learned, that this doesn't happen again, that we learn from it, that we learn what happened in the days leading up to it, who were these networks talking to, how extensive was this, and actually, how extensive is this across the U.S. government? Where did it end? Where does it reach? What happened? And what happened that day? You know, why did it take hours for when the Capitol Police were asking for help and saying, I can't hold the line, I need backup? Why did it take hours for anybody to show up and back them up? Where was the National Guard? You know, what really was Chris Miller
Trump told the National Guard not to help.
And watching the election security, the election security, the confirmation of the results, knowing that there's going to be this rally and knowing what Donald Trump is capable of. What was more important that day? And today, again, what is more important than our democracy?
My colleague, Anthony Sarlin, Tim, I thought had a great point. He said, so far, pretty much everything that's happened from impeachment of Liz Cheney to the January 6th vote was predictable the first week after the election when our leaders didn't concede the election. He points to a tweet that he made back then, back November 10th, that basically says, look, there's no obvious reason we have to do what Trump says just for now. There's a special election we need to bring it up. Doesn't become, well, we have to do it for now. Look at these government races. Then, well, the midterms. Then it's 2024. Like, there's a logic. I mean, the logic just will never go away. And this is the logic, and they will continue to abide by that logic. They're not breaking them out of that persuasion or appeals to their conscience, which I know for a while, but I guess Joe Manchin will
Yeah, and look, it wasn't just predictable going after the election, though it was, and all of us predicted here on this network, but it was predictable going back to the campaign in 2016, when Donald Trump threatened, said he'd pay illegal fees for people who showed up to the rally to push around protesters. Like, this has been going on since 16, and everybody always backs up. And I just, to the point where I think on Ashley Babbitt and Gosar, I'm so sick of being lectured by Trump supporters about caring about the feelings and the desires of these 74 million people who voted for him. Because they were lied to. And in some ways, they were victims here, too. And Ashley Babbitt would not have been there that day if it wasn't for Donald Trump and Paul Gosar. Ashley Babbitt is dead because of this. Her death is on them, and they are responsible for it. Yeah. And I just think that we need to understand that and state that clearly going forward.
Olivia, Troy, and Tim Miller, as always, great to hear from both of you. Thanks for making time tonight. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Chris.
Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, who earlier this month was part of the House Oversight Committee hearing on the January 6th insurrection, joins me now. I gotta imagine, I feel like the folks in the Democratic House caucus have a slightly more jaundiced view of the world's greatest deliberative body, and we're not exactly anticipating 60 votes to get this over the filibuster, or am I wrong? Where were you on?
No, I didn't think we would have it. One of the shocking things is where President Pence is in all of this. Really, a lot of people forget was against him, not against any person. He has not said anything, and that to me is the biggest indication that, Chris, I was actually wrong. I thought that even Trump would mean the beginning of the end of Trumpism. The Republicans is more of a Trump party today than Republican office. I didn't expect McConnell to deliver the vote. This is why we need to eliminate the bill.
Well, the next option now becomes a select committee, and I'd like to hear you talk through that. You're not, you wouldn't be the sort of person engineering this yourself. You're a member of the House Democratic Caucus, but how would you think about this select committee? Because it seems like everyone can't just walk away from this, honestly.
Absolutely not, and the speaker has kept this as an option. But the speaker bent over backwards to try to make this bipartisan. It would actually be good politics, ironically, to just say, well, we want just the Democrats to do it, and let's put a select committee, and that gives the Democrats the ability to subpoena whoever we wanted. And as you pointed out in your earlier segment, there may be things Republicans want to investigate that they should be investigated, and the Democrats have a blind spot. None of that is possible if you have a select committee. So the speaker wanted it to be bipartisan, despite it politically hurting Democrats. But they didn't go along with that, so now what we're going to have big select committee that will have Republicans on it still, but we're going to have the power to get the facts. But this is not disappearing in any way.
Yeah, and I think the calculation here, which is so interesting to your point about less politically advantageous. I mean, with Benghazi, right, infamously they kept paneling committee after committee, and they paneled select committee. It had a relevant majority. They're the only ones who have subpoena power. They basically could steer the ship. My sense, again, I said this yesterday, and maybe I'm being naive, but I know when you guys are doing message bills, okay? Like, there are things that come out of the House that are not going anywhere in the Senate, and they're essentially passed along party lines to stake a claim in the ground. My sense, and I wonder how this was read out to the rest of the caucus, was, the Thompson-Katko negotiations that were happening were genuine, real, bipartisan negotiations to try to actually strike a deal. If this was undertaken to get to an actual objective and not some messaging.
Yeah, that's right, because I was part of the Progressive Caucus saying, let's do this, and the speaker kept actually pushing back on progressive, saying, no, we need to do this bipartisan, we want to get this done. But the speaker, for anyone who knows her as an institutional, we love democracy, we love the Capitol, we love being a young girl and seeing the Capitol and the formative experience that had. He is politically true, but this was not about politics. He wanted to put a commission together to preserve democracy, and the fact that the Republicans aren't even willing to do that is sad for them, and it's sad for the country. I mean, it's sad for the country that when the Republican Party continues to become.
So you think there will be forward movement on something select committee? That's basically clear, right?
That's 100%. I mean, there's going to be a select committee. There will be an investigation. So I don't really, that's the thing. It's not even that the Republicans are making some rational choice that somehow now this won't be in the news and that that's very good. It's pure pandering to Trump to the base. Trump's against the commission. They need to be against the commission. I mean, they're not a rational actor in terms of politics in this country, and that's what actually makes it so basic.
I think the only rational argument on their side, just to argue devil's advocate, is that a bipartisan commission of the 9/11 style would carry real weight and gravitas that would be more dangerous to them than their ability to say, court it off and say that's just the Democrats and the fake news media. I mean, I think basically they make the calculation that that's the fight they want to have, and so that's the fight they're selecting.
I think that's a miscalculation, because at least if there was a bipartisan commission, they would have had a say on what to subpoena, what topics to cover. Now you're going to have a select committee that will remind Americans every day what happened and investigate it. And so I think on the substance it's horrible, but I also think on the politics they made a miscalculation because they're so beholden to Donald Trump.
Yeah. Congressman Roscoe, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, up next, much more on the stakes of today's vote to kill the January 6th Commission and what Democrats need to do to protect democracy. John Favreau, Fashion here, Michelle Goldberg, all coming up. And checking the all-in calendar, Rudy Giuliani is 77 years young today. And I already know you're thinking, what do you get for a disgraced former Trump attorney who's already under criminal investigation? How about another investigation? That story ahead.
We need a bigger place.
With our credit, says we just don't know square footage.
Credit Card can show us how to improve it for free. Then we can find a place with a bigger right side up.
That's really cool.
That's value.
Credit Card. Download the app
plan is possible with a CFP professional.
A CFP professional can help you build a complete financial plan. Visit letsmakeaplan.org to find your CFP professional.
As we travel life's roads, we all create our own version of family. For me and my little nugget, I knew the ID4 would be the SUV for us. And check this. Hello, ID. Set temperature to 72 degrees. Well done. That feels good, doesn't it? Who rescued you? What'd you expect? Scan the QR code below so you and your family can personalize your own virtual VW ID4. Because if you're going to change the world, the change starts with you.
I'm gonna have to move you when I get over there.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. It's all good.
Spray, lift, skip, step, swipe, lift, spin, dry, slap, and still fresh. Move, and still fresh. Degree, ultimate freshness activated when you move. We see them.
Okay, mother and child in vehicle. Mother is unable to exit the vehicle. Injuries possible.
Thank you, One Stop.
My son, is he okay?
Your son's fine.
Thank you. There's something about
It's okay. You're safe now.
We are connected, engaged. From the moment we rise, we move. We adjust. Learn. Explore. Relax and grow together. So we're ready to build a better tomorrow. Stay informed throughout your day with the Spectrum News app exclusively for Spectrum customers. Go Leaf. The world's first apple cider vinegar gummies make being healthy simple.
Goldie makes weight loss simple.
All day energy. Simple.
Jim, want some cake?
No, thank you. Cutting cravings? Simple.
And it's simply delicious. Healthy doesn't have to taste bad. In fact, with Goli, it's actually delicious.
Visit goldie.com/TV to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Republican minority just mounted a partisan filibuster against an independent commission to report on January 6th. Both efforts should have moved forward in a solidly bipartisan way. But out of fear or fealty to Donald Trump, the Republican minority just prevented the American people from getting the full truth about January 6th.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's frustrated, and he should be. His Republican colleagues have refused to form an independent commission to investigate a violent attack on their own workplace while they were there, and we all watched. The question becomes, what's he going to do about it? I want to bring Michelle Goldberg, columnist New York Times, John Favreau, co-founder of Crooked Media, and co-host of Pod Save America, and Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. Great to have all three of you. Today feels like a landmark day in this era. Faz, let me start with you as someone who used to work for Harry Reid, knows the fact as well. This was the first official filibuster, and it was over something that Democrats genuinely tried, I think, in good faith to get bipartisan compromise on, and something that should get 85 votes, 95 votes, something around there. Like, what does today mean in that context?
Well, if you get it at the voters, you and I are old enough to remember the 9/11 Commission, and I say this as a Muslim American. I remember many Muslims saying, this 9/11 Commission, it's great, but do the Republicans want to learn the facts of the day, or are they more interested in a fight against an ideology, right? And when it was radical Muslim terrorists abroad, we need to get at the ideology, the danger that poses overseas. What happens when the danger is the terrorists of radical Trump figure nature? Do you want to get at the ideology? Do you want to understand it? That's what I think they're
situation where this is where we're at, right? Like we're gonna break through the wall, or the wall's gonna break us. At this point, you know, when you work in politics, and it's like, I got good news and bad news. Like the good news is it was 54-35. The bad news is the 35-1. All right, well, what are we doing here?
There's no more perfect test than what happened today for the filibuster. You had a partisan filibuster of a proposal that passed the House on a bipartisan basis for a bipartisan commission to investigate an attack on Congress. And so it's like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema aren't going to get rid of the filibuster, or at least reform it for something like this. I don't know what issue would rise to the occasion. And I also think at this point that Chuck Schumer probably has to just start putting stuff on the floor and calling for votes to at least reform the filibuster when you get to situations like this, because otherwise we're just going to be stuck and Republicans are going to filibuster everything for the rest of Joe Biden's term.
Yeah, you made this point, which I thought was a good one. Schumer called a vote on changing the rules to require at least 40 Republicans to continue the filibuster, which is not eliminating the filibuster. Call a vote to see what Manchin and Sinema do. And Michelle, like, to me, part of what was the most galling was hearing that, like, Senator Shelby was, you know, on a plane back to Alabama reading the paperback in the aisle. Like, okay, fine, you want to block this thing, but like, I gotta sit here, I gotta do the show from here. I can't let, you know, people got their work to do. You gotta show up.
And there was a moment early on where Joe Manchin seemed to be somewhat open to reforming the filibuster in a way that would actually make people filibuster. And in that case, that's what we should have had here, right? I mean, if the Republicans are going to block an inquiry into attack on the Capitol, then let them stand up there hour after hour after hour after hour and do it while the cameras roll. You know, part of what was so galling was that it was so easy that not only did they shut the thing down, but that it was cost-free. And so, of course, they're going to do it again and again and again. There is almost no bill that can pass this Congress.
Like, at the least, the price, at the least, should be you have to skip your, like, 4 p.m. Friday pre-Memorial Day weekend barbecue and Negroni. At the very least. Like that, you can't do that.
It's Memorial Day weekend?
And yet you can, because that is the whole thing's become the
I know that.
In some ways, the filibuster to me,
I didn't even think about it.
it's an epiphenomenon of, like, this deeper existential fight we're in, and I'm not sure Democrats in Congress understand how serious it is.
Not yet, and that's it. How serious is it? You know, Senator Manchin laid out his own test, but I thought it was a good one. Do we have 10 good, solid patriots in the Republican Congress? Well, no, we don't. So now this question is, for Manchin, who I want to give due respect to and try to understand where he's coming from, his challenge now is, he's saying, I need bipartisanship, which requires you lowering the stakes of what's at play. If you aren't as concerned about the outcome of voting rights legislation, infrastructure, the need to do bold things that change America, you can settle for, hey, I just want to work with 10 of these people to figure out the lowest common denominator and pass something that is relatively meaningless. And the challenge for all of us here is like, look, the stakes are serious.
Right.
Like, that's not good enough. And I don't think he's there yet. That's the fundamental problem, right? Senator Manchin isn't quite there understanding the stakes of what this fight is all about.
Well, and also, this was sort of a trial, John. I mean, this was not, you know, again, like, in all sorts of ways, on a substantive level, this shouldn't be a hard vote. We're not talking about going up against a big interest group. We're not talking about taxing fossil fuels or capital gains or getting rid of the ethanol subsidies. I mean, there are hard votes, you know, political economy. This shouldn't be one of them if you can't do it here.
This is the problem, but this is also why I think Schumer has to start calling votes that should be, again, easy for bipartisanship, that should be popular, that Manchin should get behind. I mean, the greatest threat on the voting rights is that the Republicans get to gerrymander and redistricting and basically to take back the House just by redrawing maps of 2021. I would pull that provision out of H.R. 1, put it on the floor. This should be right up Joe Manchin's alley, right? We're going to eliminate partisan redistricting all over the country. We're going to have independent, bipartisan commissions. Both parties should be behind this. It should protect the vote. Put it on the floor and see what happens. Like, I think we just got to Schumer's got to keep starting to call these votes to sort of make Manchin feel the pressure, because otherwise, like you said, it's going to be cost-free for him too.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll have a Manchin commission in all 50 states. Are you on the Manchin commission?
Right.
For vote for it, 50 votes. The fight is still ultimately over a filibuster.
Well, right. I mean, Michelle, you know, I go back and forth, right? Because I know that people that work inside these trying to shepherd all these things. You don't want to be this kind of like, backseat driving, like, why aren't you doing it this way? But it does feel that the people outside this sometimes have a clearer view of what we're watching. The people inside, including the people who are there in the gym, because I will never forget what's going on with the weird glim tone that night when they all came back after the crowd was cleared. And I was like, hey, we're back to do our jobs. It's like, did you see what just happened?
Well, I think that there are plenty of, centrist Democrats who've come around.
Yeah.
Seen the light on what the modern Republican Party is. I mean, the problem is that the party has very little leverage over Joe Manchin, who still seems to cling to this fantasy of the institution functioning. It was almost shocking to see his shock at this not passing, right? It was like as if that scene in Casablanca, as if the inspector really was stunned that there was gambling going on. And so you have to hope that as one after another, these bills shows that he's worried about destroying the Senate, he's worried about making the Senate dysfunctional. The Senate is dysfunctional. The only saving the Senate is doing away with the filibuster, which actually would create an incentive for bipartisanship. But it really, the fate of this republic depends on Joe Manchin changing his mind.
Yeah, to the last point on dysfunctional, here Sam Stein put together these votes that went down. The January 6th Commission, the Dream Act, Manchin to me, with his name on it, the Disclose Act, 59 votes, Paycheck Fairness, 58 votes, all lost, all filibuster. Michelle Goldberg, John Favreau, Fab Shakir, thank you all so much. Next, was Rudy Giuliani used by a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 election? Tonight we know that there's another active investigation to find the answer to that question and more, and we'll talk about what we know exactly so far next.
It's the biggest thing that ever happened to small. Lease the GLE 250 SUV for just $399 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz.
Out here, Memorial Day weekend is an opportunity to enjoy what's around you, to take pride in your land, to fire up reasons to be together, to collect new memories, and grow in fresh ways. You live life out here to the fullest. So in more than 1,900 communities, we're here with everything you need to bring on the new day, and with the services that make shopping easier than ever. Tractor Supply, everything you need for life out here.
Because of my teeth, I had a lot of pain. I had to do something about it. Clear Choice Dental Implants changed everything. I feel much better now. I feel like myself again.
This is more than just a building. It's an AI-powered investment firm with billion-dollar views. A cutting-edge data security enterprise. Yes, with a slide. A perfect location for the world's first one-hour delivery. An inspiration for the next workout company. And enough space for a pecan-based nutrition bar empire. It could happen. This is where dreams become brick and mortar. Find yours on LoopNet. These famous food brands didn't just change the way we eat. They changed the way we buy.
Thomas Adams came up with the first vending machines in the United States.
The way we drink.
Ron Woodruff creates something that we now see at every fast food restaurant.
And the way we think about food.
And then you get a hot meal on the go. That was new, and it was a huge success.
I only got one question. The food that built America. New episodes, choose local listings. Only on the History Channel.
When the handcrafted, custom, and one of a kind are out there, why buy boring?
There's a lot of talk about getting back to the way things were. But what does that mean? Does it mean getting back out here to feed the world? Is it about getting back to this community? This community? Or this ingenuity? For the folks who run with us, there is no going back. Because they've never stopped working towards a better tomorrow. Together, we run forward.
The Cuban College community really got me to where I am Fort Ontario here in Oswego, New York, certainly the prominent voting district that I represent. I knew that I was always interested in politics. I knew that someday I wanted to get into elected office. I didn't know it was going to be necessarily. To be able to get out and go to politics as an 18-year-old freshman at Duke College really helped me set myself apart. I'm Tom Jones.
What?
That's 2015.
What, Khaki?
I believe what we do.
How you doing, Kak? You're so cute. You are. You're just sitting over there in your water, chilling. You like to do that, right?
I didn't want her to think for a single second that it had anything to do with how much I loved her, how beautiful I think she is, because it couldn't have been further from the truth. And what started as a conversation that I was super nervous to have ended up being one that I couldn't be more grateful that we did. It just unlocked a whole new level of trust and intimacy. Just be super open, super honest, and it's going to be an amazing conversation.
Tonight, the list of criminal investigations into Donald Trump, his business, his cronies, their cronies, just got even longer. Citing people with knowledge of the matter, the New York Times reports that federal prosecutors in Brooklyn, that's different than the Southern District, have been investigating whether several Ukrainian officials helped orchestrate a wide-ranging plan to meddle in the 2020 presidential campaign, including using Rudy Giuliani to spread their misleading claims about President Biden and tilt the election in Donald Trump's favor. The investigation started in the last months of the Trump administration, and it is separate to the Manhattan federal criminal probe into Giuliani and Ukraine. The Times says Giuliani is not a subject of the Brooklyn investigation, but that prosecutors are focusing on at least one Ukrainian official, Andrei Derkach, who met with Giuliani in Ukraine in 2019. Ken Vogel's one of the New York Times reporters who broke the story of this previously unknown Brooklyn investigation. Betsy Woodruff-Swan of Politico has been covering Giuliani in Ukraine for years, and both join me now. Ken, let me start with you. What can you tell us about this investigation and why it's in the Eastern District, and why it appears to be separate from the Southern District investigation into Giuliani himself?
Yeah, it's a bit of a puzzle as to why it's not being handled by the same prosecutors who've been investigating Giuliani, because of course there's so many overlaps and sort of entanglements.
Wow, this video is
between
going great.
these two investigations, including the same
For
cast of
Instagram?
Ukrainian characters. The sort of central character,
That's
which is,
real
as you
good.
pointed out, is this guy Andrei Derkach, who the U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned, and in their announcement of sanctions, branded him as an active Russian agent for more than a decade. And so what we think they're looking at here is, what we know that they're looking at is that the effort of Derkach and some of his associates to sort of funnel disinformation into the political discourse in the run to the 2020 election intended to damage Joe Biden and to help Donald Trump. What crimes may be in play and what statutes they may be potentially charged with, we don't necessarily know, but we can look to sort of recent past precedent and see that since Mueller, we've seen a number of charges, a number of Russians charged with election interference under statutes related to defrauding the United States government. That could be a guide. Also, there could potentially be a FARA liability for them if they were somehow conspiring with someone, potentially even Rudy Giuliani, to evade FARA. We know that the investigation of Rudy Giuliani is about FARA and evading the Foreign Agents Registration Act, potentially. Some of the folks with whom he worked may have potentially been a party to an effort to evade FARA, so that could be another potential criminal liability for these Ukrainians.
Yeah, I want to just emphasize something you said about Derkach. It was the U.S. Treasury in September of 2020, so this is under the Trump administration, putting sanctions on him and calling him an active Russian agent for over a decade. This is not like the Biden folks came in and, they cleaned house and said this. Like, this was in September 2020 under the Trump administration. And Betsy, one thought I had when I read the Times piece that Ken is one of the reporters on was like, yeah, I feel like I watched them do this in front of all of our faces. Like, tons of Ukrainians popping up all over the place for 2 years. I knew like 2 dozen Ukrainian operatives' names. I wouldn't have any reason to know, but for the fact they were clearly trying to interfere in American politics.
The United States government has done everything short of jumping up and down and lighting its hair on fire to say that Andrei Derkach is a Russian agent. Derkach literally went to KGB school in Moscow shortly before
before the 2020 election, the U.S. intelligence community did something which is kind of, or perhaps literally unprecedented. They put out a statement saying, hey everyone, foreigners are trying to meddle in our election, and the only individual person who they named in that unprecedented statement was Andre Derkach here. Literally the only one. They said, hey guys, this is the person that you need to be paying attention to. He's been very public facing. He's been very open about communicating with Americans and trying to influence the discourse here. I've messaged with Derkach multiple times over Telegram. He's very accessible and very focused on sending his message to Americans through media and through other means. And what we see here, of course, in this case with Giuliani, is that he made himself available. He had all sorts of things that he wanted to get through to Americans. And in this case, in real time, in a way that's very unusual, the U.S. government said, guess what, guys? This guy's a Russian agent. So it's not shocking. It's certainly newsworthy, but it's not at all shocking that the Justice Department would now be on the same page as the Treasury Department and the intelligence community, and Lord knows how many other alphabet soup U.S. agencies that have been watching this guy and saying, good Lord.
Ken, do you have a sense of how advanced things are in that Eastern District investigation?
Well, we know, in fact, Betsy has reported that Andrei Artemenko, a guy who helped set up Rudy Giuliani's meeting, another Ukrainian former parliamentarian who helped set up Rudy Giuliani's meeting in Kiev with Andrei Derkach, has been talking to the FBI. We also understand from other reporting that others who were sort of in this circle have talked to the FBI. I can reveal here something not in our story that Andrei Teleshenko, another Andrei who is also involved with Rudy Giuliani in helping arrange this trip, has also talked to the FBI, though it's unclear if that was part of the investigation, the investigation into these Ukrainians. But certainly he fits into this category of Ukrainians who helped Rudy Giuliani gather information, dirt on the Bidens, helped him arrange this trip to Kiev and to Budapest, during which he met with Ukrainian prosecutors and with Derkach, and then was subsequently sanctioned. There are a number of folks who sort of fit this fact pattern, and while we can't say with precision which ones of them may be targets of the investigation or subjects of the investigation, we know, because we know, as Betsy pointed out, that the Treasury and the intelligence community is kind of ringing alarm bells about these guys and then subsequently sanction them, that this is the universe of folks who an investigation like this would logically look at.
But Betsy, quickly here, Manhattan federal investigation, the judge has appointed a special master to sit through Giuliani's, the second time we've seen this because of Michael Cohen. That is sort of receded in the background a little bit because of the news about the Trump investigation, but that seems very active as well.
Yeah, no question. It's certainly something that is very important, an important priority for the Southern District of New York. That investigation seems to be moving full speed ahead. Of course, it appears that it was on ice over the window of time leading up to the 2020 U.S. election. But now that that election is over, now that there's new leaders of the Justice Department, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming out of being justice in the Southern District. We expect more on this front.
Ken Vogel, Betsy Woodruff Swan, great reporting, both of you. Great, thanks for joining us. Ahead, the White House plan to put more money in your pockets by hitting full employment in America. I'll talk to top Biden economic advisor Cecilia Rouse about the release of the Biden budget today. But first is Memorial Day weekend, as NBC is airing a remarkable documentary, 5 years in the making, by our own Richard Louis. It gives us a glimpse into the lives of 500,000 kids across this country who are taking care of a veteran with a disability in their own families. Sky Blossom, Diaries of the Next Greatest Generation, airs this Saturday night, 9 p.m., right here on MSNBC.
You can't stop smiling. And why even try? You just turned a dream into something official. You're proud. You're relieved. You're kind of parched. Because you stopped saying maybe and started yelling yes. You damned the torpedoes, forded the Rubicon, and now it's time to conquer Rome, or retail, or whatever. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
Welcome to that magic realm. It's been here and there.
Isn't this fun?
A no man's land.
Aren't you having a good time now?
In everyone's land.
Who's here? Anybody that's
Where great
anybody?
expectations grow.
It's like no moderators.
You need an Ecolab scientific clean here.
There's Pigeon Lady JP somewhere. I don't know if they're still there. Pachinko's gone.
And here.
She's disappeared. So I give her shit about telling me I'm snoring.
Why the scientific expertise
Alright,
that
because I
helps
wasn't.
stay clean is now helping
I wasn't.
places you go every day.
Now she's disappeared.
Commitment to clean. Look for the Ecolab Science Certified.
Right, Kaki?
My teeth were a mess. As far as my physical health, my body
I'm gonna
was
make a
telling me
smoothie.
you gotta do something. And so I came to the choice. Dental implants changed my life for the better. There's an amazing life out there. Do something for your health now.
This is the greatest thing you can do. Okay. It's an app. It compares hundreds of travel sites for hotels and cars and vacation rentals. Like Kayak does with flights.
So it's kayak.
Yeah, like Kayak.
Why don't you just call it kayak?
I'm calling it Canoe.
Compare hundreds of travel sites for thousands of trips. Kayak, search one, and done. I wanna see the sand. I wanna feel it beat. I wanna hear it beat. Heart. With relapsing forms of MS, there's a lot to deal with. Not just unpredictable relapses, all these other things too. It can all add up. Kesimpta is a once-monthly at-home injection that may help you put these RMS challenges in their place. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions. Ready for an at-home treatment with dramatic results? It's time to ask your doctor about Kesimpta.
Occasional bladder leakage or urgency. I've had it. I've had it. Had it with bladder issues. Only Azo Bladder Control does what liners and pads can't. It supports bladder muscle strength to help reduce leakage and urgency.
So right now, as we head into this holiday weekend, we are experiencing one of the weirdest economies in our lifetime. Now, probably second only to the one we had a year ago, where much of the economy shut down in a matter of weeks in order to slow the spread of the virus. Now, finally, as more and more people get vaccinated, COVID numbers go down and down and down, things are beginning to get back to normal everywhere. But have you tried to, rent a car recently or buy a 2x4? As we reopen, we're seeing these traffic jams in supply where it can't meet demand. And some people warn this is an ominous sign of economic instability. Others say it's just an indicator of how roaring the economy will be when things do finally get back to normal. Joining me now, the chair of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors, Cecilia Rouse. It's great to have you, Dr. Rouse. Thank you so much. I want to start on this question about where the economy is right now. It is a very strange moment. I've had a lot of anecdotal stories, right, from people about these things like, trying to buy lumber or trying to get an appointment somewhere or trying to rent a car. There's a kind of mismatch after we kind of unthaw the economy between what, businesses can supply and how much demand there is. And does that worry you, or do you see that as a short-term issue?
Fundamentally, I see this as a short-term issue. You don't take a nearly $23 trillion economy that, as you noted, was largely shut down a year ago. Even just 3 or 4 months ago, the economy was in a very different place. But President Biden came in, and with the passage of the American Rescue Plan in particular, we've had an extremely effective vaccination rollout. We've provided additional supports to workers so that they could continue to pay rent and buy food and support the economy. And we've been supporting January, we didn't know whether fully vaccinated individuals would still transmit the disease, how effective the vaccinations would be against the variants that we're seeing. All of this is to say that this economy is coming back faster than I think many of us forecasted. If you go back to the forecast, back in January, February, we were expecting, growth that was going to pick up, but not nearly as much as it has picked up in this first quarter.
I mean, I wonder if there's
This is all good news.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I think there's a little bit of a connection there, it seems like, right? Because to the extent that things are coming back faster, that's more of part of what's facilitating a little bit of these traffic jam issues, right? In terms of matching supply and demand in the economy.
Absolutely. I think it was very difficult for businesses to forecast exactly when they needed to be building their supplies in order to meet the food demand. I'd just also like to point out, Chris, that as fast as things have rolled out and as effective as things have been, only about 44% or so of working age adults are fully vaccinated. It was only the week of April 19th that all adults were eligible for a vaccine, and it takes 2 to 6 weeks for people to become fully vaccinated. So things are changing so rapidly week to week that we look back and, April seems like it was 200 years ago, and as we're opening up, it's happening very quickly. So I fully expect that these kinds of mismatches will work themselves out, but it will take some time.
Why is, the president talked about full employment as a goal. Why is that such a centerpiece of this administration? Why is it important?
Well, full employment represents the economy being as healthy as it can be, where we have everybody working, at least it's a theoretical notion, before we really spike inflation. So it says how many people can be working, or really we think about how low can unemployment be before we start to overheat the economy. It's a notional idea. We don't really know what that number is, and actually part of what we're hoping to do with the American Jobs Plan, American Rescue Plan, is to allow for the economy to absorb into more people being working. But what that represents is a healthy economy. And what this president really hopes is not only just that we have unemployment that is on average, say, 3.5% in that range, but that is broadly shared. Because even if we go back to February of 2019, the unemployment rate for African Americans, say, was higher than that. And so we want this growth to be robust, and we want it to be broadly shared. And what that represents is all of our factors of production are fully engaged and employed. People are doing what we hope will be meaningful, well-compensated work, and so that our economy is doing the kind of innovation we know we're going to need in order to solve the problems such as climate change, to ensure that we are really positioned to be the strongest and leading economy in the world.
Cecilia Rouse, thank you so much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
A special extended version of All In continues next. We'll start off with the first official filibuster of the Biden administration and today's kind of dark turn away from democracy by the Republican Party. That's ahead.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. All good.
The world's first 6-function multi-code token, available on the GMC Sierra.
During photosynthesis, plants convert solar energy into chemical energy, cleaning the oxygen we breathe.
What are you doing, Bucket?
Plants clean the air.
What are you
When
talking,
applied to
khaki?
stained textiles, plant-based surfactants like the ones in 7th generation detergent trap stains at the molecular level and flush them away. Plant-based detergents clean your clothes. It's just science.
Just science.
7th generation, powered by plants, tackles stains.
Nice, I like it a lot.
Dad needed a place where he would no longer be living alone. We needed a senior living community that could best care for Dad's progressing memory loss. A place where Mom had the experience to guide us. My senior living advisor
advisor understood our needs, recommended a range of memory care communities, and was with us every step of the way. It gave us confidence in our decision. Now Dad's getting the special care that he needs.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today. It's Velveeta shells and cheese versus Paradise. Clearly, Velveeta melts right here.
Welcome back, America. It sure is good to see you.
The White House would like us to balance the needs of the economy with science.
This isn't The Walking Dead. It's reality.
We're in trouble.
We're in childhood.
Dad, let me see your arm. Just because your dad is tired doesn't mean he's gonna turn into a zombie. Says the web. He's got it, doesn't he? Let's not panic.
Pardon me, I skipped lunch today.
Turning it down yet, it's your health, your money, your pain and suffering.
You're no warning, you know? It's like one minute you're fine and the next minute you're in a hospital.
We make it simple. We do the fighting for you, and we do it all while you recover.
It was a tough fight, but I had the heavy hitters. Oh yeah.
I would think to get both insurance companies to pay.
They did quite a job, and I got quite a check. Enter Paul Alexander and Associates, because with the heavy hitters, you man.
Good morning, go beyond the headlines with MSNBC Daily. Now featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust. For a better understanding of the stories that matter most, start your day with MSNBC Daily at MSNBC.com.
Boss Baby is back.
We're going to have to face creepy babies. Do you have more babies?
Oh my God.
The Boss Baby Family Business, rated PG. Stream up on July 2nd.
Welcome back to a
Let's turn the
special
heat on,
extended
dude.
edition of All In. I'm Chris Hayes. If it feels like a dark day or it's hitting you, specifically someone who cares for this country, you're not alone. Today was the first official filibuster of the Biden presidency, but it was also a testament to where we are as a democracy. We have, of course, a two-party system. It's the way we've been for a while. One of those parties is in the minority and increasingly invested in minority rule. It is committed to wielding power no matter what, both in its elected officials and in the beliefs of its base. That party, the Republican Party, is radicalizing against democracy before our eyes, even in the aftermath of the electoral defeats it has sustained, or perhaps more accurately because of them. As the Atlantic's Ann Applebaum tweeted today, quote, "The relief some felt after the election is over. The Republican Party is no longer committed to America's constitutional tradition. But we are a two-party system. Eventually we will win again. And we can't count on them preserving our political system." You see it everywhere you look. You see it in the states where the line is spreading. Audits being called into question. You see it in the Republican attempts at voter suppression, particularly from the mainstream so-called Republican officials. You see it in the politicians who are rushing to stake their claim with the MAGA hordes. People like Congressman Matt Gaetz, who are using increasingly openly violent rhetoric.
This is a little history lesson for all the fake news media. The Second Amendment is not about hunting, it's not about recreation, it's not about sports. The Second Amendment is about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary.
That happened in Georgia last night. By the way, as history, that's flatly untrue. As George Washington put down the Whiskey Rebellion if he was cool with a bunch of people with guns taking on the government. It was followed on stage by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was removed from her committee positions for previous racist, violent remarks. Last night she said, quote, "You know, Nazis were the National Socialist Party, just like Democrats are now a National Socialist Party." In some ways, these moments feel like sideshows. They kind of are, but they're also the central show. That's the problem. Last summer, when a trove of racist, anti-Muslim, and anti-Semitic remarks screened and debate surfaced, like many Republicans, Georgia Congressman Jody Heiss rescinded his
She's
endorsement.
charming. What a
Not
charmer.
even only a year later, he was opening for her at the event last night because it is her party more than it's his. It's not that different for all Republicans who dropped Donald Trump after the Access Hollywood tape was released and then popped right back up to shill for him. We see you, Jason Chaffetz. Did you ever actually look
I
your daughter
truly
in the
believe
eyes
that
again?
acid is
Where'd we end up on that? This is working right now, the big lie.
Yeah, I don't know what your problem is, but
all the different parts, the conservative political
I don't like your
governors like Arizona's
fucking
Doug Ducey
assumption.
and foot soldiers recounting Maricopa County's ballots in a fraudulent audit. They're all moving in lockstep in this anti-democratic fashion because it did not happen overnight. As Georgetown professor Thomas Zimmer points out, in our current situation, one reason Trump's lies can flourish and have such a massive effect is because they can build on long-standing anti-democratic tendencies and impulses on the American right and among conservatives. This is reflected in an incredibly worrying new study that found nearly 1 in 4 Republicans believe the government, media, and financial worlds in the U.S. controlled by a group of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who
Thank you.
global child sex trafficking operation.
They named the sandwich after you.
Storm coming soon that will
Earl.
destroy the elites in power and restore the
I
rightful
appreciate
leaders.
that.
And most concerning,
The Earl of Sandwich.
because things have gotten so far off
He was a
track,
gambler, I
sure,
believe.
the Patriots may have to resort to
Correct me
violence
if I'm
in order to
wrong.
save our country.
He was a gambler, and he said he didn't want to leave the table or something. And he said, go in there and take some meat and put it between 2 pieces of bread. And then that started it, and they called it the sandwich. Maybe from the Sandwich Islands, I'm not sure, I think so.
Let me start with you on the polling. So when I see polling like that, I feel wigged out.
You would know better than me,
I was a little skeptical
Earl, the Earl of Sandwich. Right? I think that's it. I think he was a gambler. He made the invention because he was hungry. And so just cut some meat, put 2 pieces of bread around it, and bam! He invented the sandwich.
We thought long and hard, actually, about how to do this well.
Impressive. That was an impressive invention. I have jackfruit in this. I have mango and spirulina, spinach.
Trying to get a measure like this, what you really want to do is not just go at it with one question, but go at it with 2 or 3. And I think what's remarkable about this, you just read the 3 core tenets that we
About a
measured
tablespoon of
here,
oats.
and they really get at kind of 3 things. They get at the presence of evil in the world, this kind of Satan-worshipping pedophiles.
The moringa,
by the way, I never
whatever
thought,
that
right,
shit is.
social scientists,
More green
here we
stuff.
are. And apocalyptic thinking, right, that there's a storm coming, sweeping away its power, and then justification of violence. And what we find is that these 3 views actually cohere very well.
Yeah, he sold his silverware, so he used bread. He needed a fucking steak, man. He needed a nut. I should know more about him. I just don't.
When you analyze them, for example, it's 15% of the population. We should point out that's 30 million adults who qualify who think all 3 of these things. And then when we
Yeah, I'll put my silverware in.
it seems to correlate with people that we think
And I am hungry, and since I don't have silverware anymore, did two pieces of bread, put some meat between it, and I keep gambling.
Right, to affirm these core tenets of QAnon. So, it gives us confidence that what we're looking at is real. It's slightly bigger than the Tea Party, for example. That's also a little benchmark. At the Tea Party at its height, it was about 10 or 11% of the population. This is 15. So it's in line with some other kinds of movements that
Man, I like those orange peppers, those orange bell peppers, and the red ones. I'm growing the red ones out there.
That this kind of proto-religious conspiracy movement isn't just a laughable fringe movement, which I think is the temptation when you read those questions.
I put a half an
But
orange
it's
one in
now
here.
actually an animating core of white political and religious conservatism today.
Yeah, and I should say, when I say about, well, what are you measuring, right? Sometimes you get these interest groups that will poll in such a way where they'll ask a question where people will kind of assent out of a sort of social expectation. But this is the opposite of that. You say to someone like,
Probably be rye bread.
media and financial worlds, you go for
I like rye. I'll eat sourdough. I'll eat anything but white bread and that swirl rye. I can't eat the swirl rye. It just makes me sick.
As an academic, your
They run 2 good breads, like trying to do that. I don't know why. It tastes horrible to me.
you hear
Get
this
that crap
morning,
away from me.
what goes through your mind?
Some brioche is too sweet. I won't eat that. I'd never touch that King's Hawaiian. No way. Stuff will make you diabetic.
And corruption of people's moral fibers and violence, justification of violence go together. And I want
I've
to
eaten
say
it.
on the violence because
There's no fiber in
part
it.
of the, not only we've seen the GOP transform itself into a authoritarian
Can't be
party
good for you.
culture where violence is accepted as a way of doing business as a party. But we also see that at the grassroots level, that there's an appetite for violence as a way of moving history.
You know those,
forward, as a way,
like in Kentucky Fried Chicken, you know that like, not the biscuit, but it's like it looks like, it's sort of like a King's Hawaiian. Like a roll. Those are delicious, but those can't be good for you either. But Kentucky Fried Chicken, delicious, but it's probably not good for you. But they have, out of all the fast food chicken places, they have the best mashed potatoes and gravy by far.
With Ruth, they're the most troubling.
I'd drink the gravy.
I should say that, last night Matt Gaetz,
Give me a pint of the gravy, skip the mashed potatoes.
ridiculous interpretation of the Second Amendment, which is ridiculous because
Yum.
the government actually gives away its monopoly
I would,
on
if there was a
the use of force.
Kentucky Fried Chicken close, I would go to it right now. How do I feel about baguettes? I like a baguette. I'll do that, sure. I like an Italian bread too. I like a bread with a crust on it. There's a sourdough in there from Wegmans. It has a real nice crust on it. It's pretty good. I'm all right with baguettes. They're all right. Some brioches I just can't handle. They're too sweet. Cornbread really isn't bread. It isn't, so we can't count that. I would eat a piece of cornbread though. I also like, I would cook, I have pancake mix, I would cook a pancake, but I wouldn't put syrup on it nowadays. But I would eat that. That's sort of like bread. I can make bread, I can make white bread, I know how to do that. Sometimes I'll do stuff like make a prune bread, it's more like eating like a Cliff Bar or something like that. I got yeast in there. On occasion, I will do that.
America, right? So when you say America first, what that means is a kind of white Christian country.
When Destiny shows up, I'll make bread. I'm not gonna do it for myself. But I'll do it if someone else is here. I want her to show up. I do. I can't wait. So I can bake some bread. Have a reason to bake bread. Do you like Brandon Fraser, Peter Caine? Well, no, it doesn't really come to mind. I mean, I don't dislike him. I don't really Why? Is he like a big hero of yours or something? Like, is that you? Is that you, Brandon? Yeah, I think you're great. My group of friends are called Boy Gets. I don't know what that's supposed to imply. Let me see this again. I don't know if I'm dyslexic, so I'm having trouble. Captivated. My group of friends are called the Boy Gets. Is that like a play on baguettes? Hey Peter, what's your opinion on banana bread? I like it. I can make it, and I like an applesauce bread too, like applesauce cake. You know, the kind that you cook in a can. I'll make that. Banana bread's pretty good though. I can make that. I can make all those breads that are you use like baking powder. I'm pretty good with those. You're the boys that eat baguettes. Sounds pretty gay, but I'm fine with it. I'll make all those. Like I could cook cake, but I don't really do that anymore. You know what I'm real good at? I've sort of perfected is like a pie without sugar added. Like I'll make a cherry pie, no sugar added. It's good. It's good. I've made it. I think I made it in a live stream possibly. Peter Caine, will you join the Boy Get? I don't want to really join anything, man. All right, I'm joined. Consider me joined. I don't really want to join anything though. It's a little Not really up my, you know, do we go bowling or what?
If no one reports it, it doesn't happen. If no one
Oh,
remembers
hang
it.
on.
As a country, it's very
Oh,
important for us to
good.
understand the facts, the dynamics of January
God.
6th. Not just
Not the
to
never
what's
mind.
happening in the short term, which I too am worried about, but also because
Man.
we have to be able to look back together now and future generations.
You like old Godzilla movies? I like the genre, but I don't really seek it out. We go bowling, Peter Caine, we go bowling all together. I bet you do. Hang on. Hang on, Mango.
It's very important for someone to come in here and fill the gap, not just the Democrats in Congress, but I would say historians, political scientists, lawyers, others should put together commissions that leave behind white papers so that Americans now in the future, our children, our grandchildren have a sense of what the truth here is. Politicians telling small lies. Democracy get by with big lies in the middle of a system. One way to deal with the big lies is to get together and write about what the truth was.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. What's countering those, right? Because part of what you're pointing to, I think, and what I think your scholarship has pointed to is that the authoritarian pressures and the most down are
that cat looks tasty. Okay, see, you're just an idiot.
where they get information, the lies that they're told or tell themselves. And so the question of how to get at that, right, coming off this polling,
An idiot.
is a hard one. I mean, it's one I come to work every day and wrestle with.
That's.
What's the answer?
Yeah, I mean, again, great question because
5 or 10 pin. Really?
I mean, authoritarianism is
What about bocce ball? Do you guys go play bocce ball? It's on TV? Well, clearly it's a news program, isn't it?
Whereas democracy, this thing called democracy, is fundamentally about self-criticism. It's about being surprised by the facts.
That council shall decide on whether. The council shall decide on whether you become a report. I don't want to become one though.
Without those habits, you can't really have a democracy.
No, I don't want to.
That's very important.
As a matter of fact, I don't want to so much. I think I'm going to hide you from now on.
Care about the truth, which I think
I shall return with the news. Well, you're going to have to do it with someone else. Because I don't want to be part of your club. How about that, troll? You bad boy Gads. No. No thanks, dude.
The vacuum into which conspiracy theory pours. So I think, the one big thing the Biden administration is not doing, which I wish it would do, is finding ways to divert resources
Yum.
to local.
That's all I'm saying is yum.
Fixing social media.
Man.
We need to get beyond this particular big
You have no
lie.
idea.
We also have to build a structure in which it's easier for Americans to have access to what's going on around them, because then they'll have subject of conversation that can help them get beyond the need to always be focusing on the national and to always be finding the enemy.
It's interesting you say that because you put your finger on something that I wrestle with all the time, which is I'm torn.
Not your dad.
You meet proceduralist maximalism.
Not your
with
dad.
maximalism. You fight
If I was
fire
your
with
dad,
fire.
I'd disown you
And then
probably.
the impulse to get to fight fire with water, which is to say
Because
the bad
you're
impulses are
impudent
kind of groups that blinker
at best.
think,
Would not be your dad.
Our way is the only way for the country to flourish, and
I
your
wouldn't.
way will leave us to peril.
If I was, I'd disown you.
Fight within that framework.
You're out of the will.
I sort of believe that, right? I believe there's like an anti-democratic force that is like existentially threatening the things that I love about this.
You are out of the will, son. That's what I would say. Daughter, whoever you are, whatever you are. What should I do tonight? Light a candle, light a Yankee candle, and sit around and relax. That's what I would do. I haven't done much of anything today. It's been good. I got some stuff for Sam's room. This is cold, and I bought a guitar. Oh, how's my day going? I bought a freaking guitar. See what you did? You had to bring it up. Now I'm going to get it. Too bad for you. Khaki likes my music. Don't you, Khaki?
We actually care about finding out what the truth is. That is what we stand for. And so that's not something which is a polarizing thing.
I bought this guitar. It's $150. There's no bad karma attached to it. Right? I bought this. This is my this.
You have to simultaneously stand for the good things, and you have to fight the good
fight, and you gotta do both at the same time.
Yeah, that's very, very well said. Well, I believe that you are in a very different time zone than us, so I just want to thank you for staying with us. And that was wonderful. Yeah, I was working for you. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
My pleasure, thank you.
There is still much more to talk about. The Republicans trying to destroy the Republic, for lack of a less hyperbolic way of putting it. Benny Hassan, Maria Teresa Kumar, and Ali Mistal are all here. And what would you do if you got an email alert from an official looking government email telling you that, quote, Donald Trump has published new documents on election fraud, the latest Russian hack attempt?
Hey, wanna get out of here? Have to. During Expedia Travel Week, save 20% or more on thousands of hotels. Just book between June 8th and 12th. Plan your escape with Expedia. Expedia. It matters who you travel with.
It's only for April here. I've been taking care of bladder control every day. It is clinically studied ingredient and naturally supports black muscle strength. And I'm not paying myself, so that's good.
The Epson Eco Tank. No more cartridges. It comes with an incredible amount of heat that can save you a lot of frustration. The Epson Eco Tank. Go chew.
I look for the well, health, safety seal at my favorite places.
It means health and safety measures have met rigorous scientific standards.
Look for the well, health, safety seal outside and feel safer going inside.
Great expectations grow. And rewards are given. Lost the skills, all the
1 year, I'll be able to play guitar. I can do it. I won't be able to read music. I'll just be able to play something that won't sound bad.
Okay then. That's all right.
Try the Spectrum
Justice correspondent for Nation magazine. His latest piece out this afternoon titled "The GOP Can't Be Saved," and either Paul Ryan, Maria Tracy Kumar, President and CEO of Local Latino, and Megan Hassan, author of the Betty Hassan Show, which airs on MSNBC on Sunday at 8 p.m. and during the week on Showtime at 7 p.m. Maria Tracy, let me start by asking you about whether you're somebody who's looked at politics and politics for a long time. Your personal level of worry about where things are right now, and your estimation of how much the sort of establishment professional class of the Democratic Party, which is absolutely optional to this, is the entity.
Except I don't actually think that it's that complicated, Chris. I think that the enervation that Lucy Teresa is talking about comes from the fact that most of us know what to do.
That's the best. That's the best thing I bought today.
Nothing can go forward until that happens.
Seriously.
And there are two Democrats won't let us
Get that thing in a closet and or get it out.
the way. What can I do? Like, what you mean? There's,
Get rid of
there's
it.
an aspect here, right?
It's not my responsibility.
Whatever you're doing right now is what you would be doing in the antebellum South, or during the Jim Crow era, or in apartheid South Africa. Like, you right now are doing what you would have done in apartheid South Africa. So, what are our leaders doing? What is Joe Manchin doing? What is Joe Manchin thinking about telling his grandkids about how he rose to this moment? And when you get your head into that, you see where there's so much generation. Because right now, all Joe Manchin is going to say to his grandkids is like, son, I gave
That's nice to hear. Thank you, Mark.
a veto
I appreciate
on anything
that.
could stop them. Because sometimes you have to show the fascists your belly in order to stay alive. Like, that's his tombstone. I don't know. I just found Joe Manchin like Danny Glover in a Harry Bristow comment. But like, that's
right now about today.
But like that's all.
I gotta look at something real quick, right? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta look at something. Well, that makes me very happy. Where's something?
Power by acceding to this arbitrary 60-vote rule, or you don't. And if you think the arbitrary 60-vote rule is more important than everything you say is very urgent, then that's where you're just going to all flounder.
I mean, let me just pick up on Eddie's point about Joe Manchin. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that actually, Joe Manchin's just not very bright. I genuinely think he doesn't understand what's going on around him, not just in terms of his colleagues. I mean, he says stuff like, I won't vote to destroy the government. That's got nothing to do with filibuster reform. That is not destroying the government. The irony is that people who tried to destroy the government on January 6th are getting away scot-free. So I think that's one problem, but you're right. I mean, look, this isn't that complicated. Right? What happened today? The commission vote was defeated 54 to 35. 54 lost
35. I know of no system, no organization that spots me anywhere in the world where
I gotta do something
35
here. Hang on.
beats 54. My kids in elementary
See if
school,
I get paint on this thing. Who gives a
35
shit?
is a bigger number than 54.
It's the truth.
They'll laugh in your face.
I got paint on that
So,
thing.
I mean, that's what we have right now. And if Democrats now cannot come together and get rid of this ridiculous, absurd, archaic, anti-democratic filibuster, they might as well give up on politics. Go be an accountant or a realtor or an Uber driver, whatever you like. But don't do politics, because this is not democracy. And I'm sorry, we are living in everybody's time. This is a historic moment. I used the F word, fascism, on this show when I guessed 50 years. I went back and looked. Last August, first time I said it on air. People said hyperbole. You can't say fascism in America. Republicans still beating in elections. Republicans don't have armed militias. Guess what we discovered over the last 6 months? They don't believe in elections, and they do have armed militias. So this is a historic moment, and the Democrats really, as Luke Savage puts it in the Atlantic, they need to match actions with rhetoric.
Well, and again, we should be, you guys, specific about this. It's, a lot of Democrats are there. I mean, I've watched people like Amy Klobuchar, who's like a defender of the filibuster. She's come around. And just to defend Manchin's intelligence for a moment, and I mean this honestly, it's been my experience in life, extremely bright people can be captured by their ideological predispositions, their beliefs, and their principles. And one of the things I think you see throughout huge parts of the Democratic leadership class, especially at that age, I think there's a generational divide.
Is it?
They truly believe, and I think this is true of Manchin. I don't think this is a political play. I think he believes there's going to be a truth serum that like the system works, and that you've got to work it until it works. I think they truly believe that.
But then you have the
I'm sorry, Chris, can I just jump in very briefly to say on Manchin? Can I just say on Manchin? He said he's against. He said he's against DC's, very briefly, he said he's against DC statehood, and he thinks there should be a constitutional amendment. And he said, and I quote, the American people should vote on it. That's not how constitutional amendments work, right? The man doesn't understand the system he works in.
All right, fair response. Maria Teresa.
Well, that generational divide all of a sudden though comes out halting, screeching halt when you talk about Kristen Sinema, who also says she doesn't believe in the filibuster, who also said that she supports SR1, and was interestingly absent from her vote today when it came to voting for the commission. And let's remember how the commission came around for 9/11. It wasn't the Republicans who wanted it. It was the families of the folks that were lost at 9/11 that the commission started. And that gives us a roadmap. The American people have to demand for the Democrats and Republicans to show some spine, to do the right thing, to get transparency, to get to the bottom of it. Absent that, they're going to do business as usual, because for whatever reason, there's still a belief among the Manchins of the world, the Sinemas of the world, that the system works as it should. And that is clear that it's not working transparently, because it's completely stacked for minority rule versus majority rule in this case.
Ellie, we have to ask why there are these institutionalists like Manchin, like Sinema, who are against this aggressive change. And I'm sorry, but the answer is because it's helping white people. Like at a very core level, the attack that we saw on the Capitol was a white domestic terrorism attack. And the white people who are our leaders are not as afraid of that as they were about Muslims.
That's right.
That is straight up.
They're afraid of brown people.
There is no version of events.
It terrifies them.
This attack is not investigated.
No, Buck.
This attack is done by people of color, and we all know that. And so at some point, we have to put that to these people, right? When was the last time you remember Joe Manchin sitting down for an interview with a person of color? Because I don't think it's ever happened. When was the last time Kristen Sinema sat down for an interview with a person of color? Because I can't remember that. I lost, right? So at some point we have to understand not just what these Democrats are doing, but why they're doing that. And the why goes back to the foundational sin of this country that we have never redeemed ourselves.
Ellie Nostal, Maria Teresa Kumar, and Mehdi Hassan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a massive cyber attack underway right now. Hackers leaked to Russian intelligence. Latest details on what can be done to stop it next.
With relapsing forms of MS,
Oh my God, I love seeing
not
that.
just unpredictable relapses.
I love
all
seeing that,
other things
seriously.
too. It can all add up. Kesimpta is a once-monthly at-home injection that may help you put these RMS challenges in their place. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you infections. Ready for an at-home treatment with dramatic results? It's time to ask your doctor about Kesimpta.
Today, I'll be eating crab cakes with spicy aioli. Thank you.
Can we beat that files?
I guess.
Should we just about that?
When our daughter and the kids moved in with us, the Barbie detergent company gone.
Turns out it's mostly water.
So we switched back to time. One wash, stains are gone.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. It's gotta be Tide.
Really for ASO here. I've been taking ASO bladder control every day. It has clinically studied ingredients and naturally supports bladder muscle strength. And I'm not peeing myself, so that's good. All you're doing is ASO.
Your reunion happens with third. You're together always.
One eyes that wow. Try Lumify eye drops. Made with a unique formulation that dramatically reduces redness to help your eyes look whiter and brighter. No wonder it's the #1 eye doctor recommended brand. So whatever color you've got, try Lumify. You won't believe your eyes.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. Parks across the nation and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
We've saved our money, and now we get to spend it our way.
But we worry if we have enough to last.
For retirement planning, investment advice, and more, look for a CFP professional. CFP professionals can help you craft a complete financial plan that gives you confidence in today and tomorrow. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
Our Confident Forever plan is possible with a CFP professional.
Hey, Yogurt! You don't know we're gonna fully beat COVID? I can't invest in it! And the big news is, in New York State, now everyone 12 or older can. Appointments are easy to get, and some places you can just walk in. The vaccines are safe, effective, and free. Get back to the things that people you love. Protect yourself, your family, and community. Clean New York stuff. Get vaccinated now. Wyman Granite Stone Cleaner is the best way to safely clean and disinfect your stone countertops. It kills the COVID-19 virus while keeping your countertops safe from damage. Many all-purpose cleaners actually warn against use on stone. Wyman is specially formulated to keep your countertops protected. Clean, shine, and disinfect with Wyman. Now also available in wipes.
We are learning today the U.S. appears to be currently under a cyber attack by a group of hackers linked to the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. These hackers were able to gain access to the email marketing service used by the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. They sent out authentic-looking emails like this one to approximately 3,000 email accounts and more than 150 organizations. And the subject of the email is USAID Special Alert. In the body, there's a hyperlink that reads, Donald Trump has published new documents on election fraud, which I will admit, if I got that, I would click on it probably. When the people on the receiving end of that email click on that link, the hackers gain access to their computers. Now, we do not know what the intention of the intruders are or what has been installed in U.S. government systems, but Microsoft, the company that disclosed the attack, said that those emails went out as recently as this week and that it is ongoing. While all this is happening, President Joe Biden is just about to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Geneva in less than 3 weeks. Nicole Perlroth is a cybersecurity reporter of the New York Times who has been covering this attack. She also wrote a book on the global cyber arms race called This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends. Jamil Jaffer is a former senior counsel of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He also works as an associate counsel of former President George W. Bush, handling intelligence community matters, and will join me now. Nicole, can you just give us a little more about who we think did this, when, and why?
Jackie.
So we think this is the SBR, which is the same group that we know pulled off the SolarWinds attack that we're still dissecting on American federal agencies and companies. We think that they came in through a company called Constant Contact. Some people have heard of it. If you haven't heard of it, it's a competitor of MailChimp, which you might have heard of. And basically, they got into constant contact and used it to send these emails that appeared to come from USAID to institutions like the Atlantic Council, the EU Disinfo Group, that both have really been pretty active about calling out Russian disinformation and campaigns and some of the pre-election interference that we were seeing. And so in this case, it looks like this is the SDR really going after groups that have been critical of Russia or that in some way, shape, or form have triggered the ire of Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, to me, what's striking about this story is, at some level, I suppose, I expect that Russian intelligence hackers are trying to get the U.S. government, and I expect that we have our own doing the exact same to that, right? I mean, that seems like I don't know that much about this space, but I think that's a fair assumption. But using the fact they penetrated the American computers to bank shot into NGOs or third parties in civil society, critical to Russians is in some ways more disturbing, I think, than hacking the government itself.
No, that's exactly right, Chris. I mean, what's so interesting about this hack is they came into constant contact, as Nicole described. They used it to generate an official USAID email for all intents and purposes because it came from the USAID account that Constant Contact manages. They then sent this thing out. They used that credibility coming from the USAID account to get other organizations. In some ways, this is a combination of a supply chain attack and a diversion attack where they come in and confuse you as to who's coming in and talking to you, and then encourage you to click on this link and get this malware onto your system. So a very smart play by the Russians, not particularly sophisticated, but smart, demonstrating that we're not deterring them from doing these kind of activities.
Well, and also you also wonder, okay, well then what if you have those emails, right? What if you have access to some third-party human rights group or NGOs, computers, Nicole? I mean, presumably it's not for something sensitive, right? I mean, there's not like sensitive in these NGOs. You're not going to find some secret about a Russian agent or a double agent. What you're going to find is dirt that maybe you can then launder to discredit them, which has been now this, clearly this is a ongoing strategy to keep using.
That's right. This is compromise. This is very similar to what we saw in 2016 with John Panetta. You know, his risotto recipe was out there getting weaponized, and this is what they could be doing here now too. So depending on where you're sitting, this is either good news or very bad news. You know, the bad news is clearly the sanctions that we enacted after SolarWinds have not deterred Russia from continuing to hack U.S. systems. The good news here is that we caught this really quickly. The last blast of emails came on Tuesday. Microsoft caught it. A couple other cybersecurity firms got it. The White House is positioning this as a good news story that they caught this so quickly. Some are saying that, yes, this is sophisticated, but it didn't rise to the level of SolarWinds, so maybe it was intentionally designed to go just below that threshold. But at the same time, you know, we're seeing Russia be very aggressive just a few weeks before Biden sits down with Putin, and there are certainly some senior Democrats today, like Adam Schiff, saying the sanctions didn't go far enough, we need to impose stronger consequences.
Well, so here I want to read this statement by Mark Warner to you, Jamil. We must make clear to Russia and any other adversaries they will face consequences for this and that, the other malicious or activity. That's what Senator Mark Warner, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said. And then you've got Adam Schiff saying if Moscow is responsible for the brazen act of utilizing emails associated with U.S. government demonstrate Russia remains undeterred.
I gotta get up. No, I don't really. Yeah, I do. I gotta get over there. I'm gonna have to move you upstairs, alright?
Here's my question to you.
Is that cool?
I've read a few different histories in the period between, say, 45, 54,
It is?
55, when the Cold War sort of gets going, when the world is on sort of nuclear brink. You basically have a bunch of policymakers on both sides, in Russia and the U.S., figuring out essentially how to spook the other side without starting a thermonuclear war that will...
I'll be up to later.
Right? And they don't know, there's no rules.
You know that,
no one
right?
said, like, what the rules are for nuclear weapons, and you got all these people trying to figure it out. And it feels to me like that's where we are with this stuff. There has to be some sense of what is and isn't a sort of triggering incursion, and the lack of that right now makes me very nervous about what can spiral out of this.
But you're exactly right to be nervous, and part of the problem is the U.S. doesn't have a clear declarative policy on what Russia might do to us, or China, or Iran, North Korea, and
things happen. That might actually have a chance to deter it. We don't do any of those things. We don't talk about our policy. We don't talk about what we might do. And we certainly don't impose consequences publicly when bad things happen. The other side of it, Chris, is the defensive side. We gotta bring nations together. We gotta bring industry companies together. No one company, no one government agency to defend themselves alone. You've got to create some defense capability. And that's part of the challenge here. You know, we're not doing that effectively between the government and industry and between industry together, really stopping the Russians, the Iranians, and North Koreans and Chinese.
Nicole Perroff and Jamil Jopper, thank you both. That was great.
Thanks, Chris.
Bill Corner, Tremaine Lee is here with a sneak preview of his new documentary examining the 100-year legacy of the Tulsa Massacre. Tremaine joins me next.
The business, it's never just another day. It's the big sale, the big presentation, the day where everything goes right, or the one where nothing does. With Comcast Business, you get the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses and advanced cybersecurity to protect every device on it, all backed by a dedicated team 24/7. Every day in business is a big day. We'll keep you ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting shallow speed was never this easy. Buying video time was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design bio lines. And now that thinks he's a big, fancy shack. Wow. I wonder what it's gonna be like when I'm your age.
This is the sound.
Okay, why don't I take you upstairs so I can work in that area?
This is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is a different kind of asthma medication. It's not a steroid or inhaler.
Where's Bucket? Oh.
Asthma-driven by eosinophils. It's one maintenance dose every 8 weeks. It helps prevent asthma attacks, improve breathing, and lower use of oral steroids. Nearly
Do I have any cough? Huh?
Fasenra is designed to
Do I got cough?
remove them. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophil conditions.
Yeah.
Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if there's swelling of the face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatment unless your doctor tells you to. Every doctor is very careful with infection and asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may
Yeah,
It's the sound of
that room
Fasenra.
no longer has bad karma.
Ask
in
your
it.
doctor about Fasenra. AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Because
Oh, you're Ace here. I've been taking Ace bladder control every day. It has clinically studied ingredients and actually supports bladder muscle strength. That's good.
Where's Mango?
I'll use it with Ace.
Spacious for the summer hop, with a pool big enough for the most epic cannonballs. But the thing they'll remember forever is the many vacations with their nephew. The time for getting back together is now.
I'm right here. Right here, baby. Heck, I sort of want to get over there. I do. Can you go upstairs? I mean, yeah, you're funny. You're pretty funny. You wanna, how about this? I tell you what. You listening? Listen up. This is my suggestion. Why don't you come here? Don't get in the water, dude. Okay, come over here. I'll hold you, right, for a little bit, and then I'll take you upstairs, right? And then I'll do this area, and then I'll be done here. There won't be any problem. You want me to hold you? There you go, baby. Oh, I love khaki. You don't khaki? Huh? You're just hanging out in the water?
100th anniversary, one of the most horrific
You
days
are.
in this nation's history, the 1921 Tulsa Massacre.
What are you thinking?
Making Black Wall Street the
Do you want me to get you blueberries tomorrow?
was a thriving black
What else could we
neighborhood
get
in the
you?
early 1900s.
You like? I bet you'd like
Decades after
lettuce.
the abolition of slavery, these
Would you like
hubs
some
became a
lettuce?
thriving economic hub, a
A
beacon
little
of
spinach.
opportunity and freedom.
I got spinach in there.
On May
I could cut it up
31st,
for you.
1921, a
Would you
white
like me to
mob
cut up your
descended on
cut a little
Greenwood,
spinach for
burning
you?
homes, businesses,
You would?
churches,
Where you
which
going,
once
man?
affluent neighborhood to
Where you
ash,
going?
killing hundreds of black
Huh?
Americans in an attack that lasted
Where you
the next
going?
day. In a brand new NBC News
Hmm?
documentary, Blood on Black Wall Street, which airs on
Oh,
10 p.m.
Caine.
this Sunday on MSNBC,
Huh?
mainly reports on what really happened in 1921 and how 100 years later,
You're not cold, are you?
trauma
No, because you got all that down. Right? What are you looking at?
Greenwood, murder,
Huh?
arson.
What are you looking at, cat?
What I find interesting right above that.
What's over there? It's a cat over there?
Shaking hands.
Huh?
And everything's.
How you doing,
okay.
Khaki?
That's not the case.
You doing good?
In America, you can
You are.
sometimes convince yourself
You want me to sleep on the floor
that the
tonight?
nation's legacy of trauma
I
and
will.
racial violence is some
Would you like that?
far-off memory of
I'll sleep
great
with you.
black and white past, long forgotten. But in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that distance
Yeah, I'm gonna paint that.
past and present
You think that that's stupid?
100 years ago.
Well, I'm doing it anyway.
This community experienced a race massacre.
It'd be great if I had some caulk. I'll look around and see if I got some. Huh?
But for black Tulsans,
Khaki
the
Lucky.
story didn't end with the massacre. It continued for 100 years. A trauma felt by each generation in its own way. Through segregation, through urban renewal, through gentrification.
You put bird, bro.
This story
Thank
is
you.
about the people of Greenwood. What was taken from them
You are, you're a
and
nice
their
bird.
right to be made whole.
Who's your friend?
And joining me now
That's
from
right.
Tulsa, Tremaine Lee, who did that
Are we good
amazing
friends?
reporting. Tremaine, this is incredible,
Yeah,
incredible
right.
work. I'm so glad that
I don't let
we're
anything
going
happen to
to
you, I
show it to the
promise.
world here on MSNBC. Tell me, I had never thought of an event that I've heard and read about it, but it was
I
so
promise.
obscured in a
You're looking
conspiracy
at
of silence for so long, and then something wrenched it into public
Are the
consciousness in a way in the last few
Do you
years.
like it?
How
Does
do
it
you
look
understand
better?
that?
It does.
Thanks so much, Bradley, Chris. And
I
as
need
you
to find
mentioned,
some
this is a
caulk, and I
story,
need to finish
that's
that
been
area
buried for 100
just above
years. And
your
the powers
thing.
that be in this community work
Why don't I
with
take you
white powers
upstairs,
those
okay?
complicit. You had newspaper
I'm trying to
articles
finish that
disappearing
up.
from the library.
And then
Had
tomorrow,
photographs of the evidence literally
you won't have to
disappeared from the
move.
police station. But
Okay.
in the wake of
How's
the
that sound?
Black Lives Matter movement, especially, and
Is
the
that good?
killings of black people
All right,
by
we'll do that.
the state. I think people were
You wanna
focused
watch a
in.
movie
You had
tonight?
Terrence Crutcher, who was shot and killed here by a white police officer.
What do you want to
And
watch?
then you had The Watchmen, which
Wanna watch science
Watchmen,
fiction?
Watchmen, which dramatized that day, those terrible days
Do
in
you?
1921, where so many people were killed. Let's not forget.
You watch whatever
and this
you
is
want.
wild,
What
man.
do
It
you
almost
wanna
seems
watch?
like it is fantasy, but they literally bombed this community from the sky and shot people from the sky, right? Burned houses, shot women, children, and men. It's on one hand, it's hard to wrap your mind around the sheer level of violence. But what's also hard to wrap your mind around is how this story had been buried. But it's not just the story that has remained buried.
Okay,
There
so
are
go
victims
upstairs.
of this massacre.
No, I'm trying to get this
Hundreds
going.
of people whose bodies have never been
Okay.
recovered. There is still the process
Been sitting in water for hours, man.
grave sites, and they're literally finding that.
Still
Right? But
raining,
until
Jack.
now, the city government would never pay for any
It'll be
excavation.
not that
And so
warm
even
in
though
this
the outside
place,
world
but-
had never heard of this, there have been people in this community whose families survived the massacre, and some who didn't survive the massacre, who were trying to tell the story, but they would also whisper about it because there was fear of repercussions. If they did it once and no one was ever held accountable, there was fear that possibly it could happen again, Chris. And so it's amazing that so few of us have heard about this, but this community is still really grappling with the long ripples of those days.
I want to play some tape from Viola Fletcher, who's the oldest survivor who has been active in the campaign for reparations for that event. Take a listen.
I'm a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. 2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 107th birthday. Today, I'm visiting Washington, D.C. for the first time in my life. I'm here seeking justice, and I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot. I will not, and other fathers do not, and our descendants do not.
There is a push for reparations, Tremaine, right?
There is a push here. There's a lawyer named Demario Simmons, Lefty Demario Simmons, who is the lawyer for some of the survivors and descendants. And they are saying quite plainly, the root of reparation is repair. And so much has been broken in this community that it's in need of repair. And those voices are actually getting louder. When you think about that woman, 107 years old, and she's had to carry around what she experienced and what her family witnessed for 100 years. And she has to go asking and pleading to be made whole, to be paid back, right? And that is a shame and a stain on our country that I don't know what kind of justice could wipe that away. I don't know if it's money, because those families will never get back what they lost in terms of their loved ones. But also, when you think about the typical black family has a tenth of the wealth of the typical white family. And a lot of it is because of the violent economic dispossession of moments like this. And again, Tulsa, Oklahoma is not alone, Chris, as we know. This entire country is dotted with these kind of episodes and incidents. This entire country is hallowed ground.
Tremaine Lee, this is really, it's incredible reporting. It's so awesome to see you doing this sort of long form work, and I'm so glad that we're airing it. So thank you so much for taking a little time to talk to us tonight.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Seriously, a reminder, Blood on Black Wall Street airs this Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC, or it's on demand on Peacock. Plus, you can listen to a special two-part series of Tremaine's excellent podcast, which is called Into America. Tremaine is one of the best we got out there, seriously. The first episode's available now, so wherever you get your podcast, go listen to it. That is all in for this evening. Good night.
So we got Remmie.
Trilogy for COPD.
Well, it's flying high in a heartbeat. Breeze drifting on by around you. It's a new dawn, it's a new
No
day.
matter how you got COPD, it's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in one inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. It's time to start a new day. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
Hey, you wanna get out of here? We've got you. During the Expedia Travel Week, save 20% or more on thousands of hotels. Just book between June 8th and 12th to plan your escape with Expedia. Expedia. It matters who you travel with.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there. A no man's land. In everyone's land. Where great expectations grow. And rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Life, it never stops moving. Getting from here to there, managing long hours at work, juggling a busy home. You need a bank that keeps up. That's Chemung Canal Trust Company. Bank online, bank with our mobile app, even deposit a check on the go. Anywhere you are, 24/7. Bank anywhere, anytime at Chemung Canal Trust Company. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Goli, the world's first apple cider vinegar gummies, making healthy simple.
Goli makes weight loss simple.
All day energy simple.
Jim, what's up, cake?
No thank you. Cutting cravings simple.
And it's simply delicious. Healthy doesn't have to taste bad. In fact, with Goli, it's actually delicious.
Visit goli.com/TV to get 10% off plus free shipping.
The Tulsa Massacre, one of the deadliest acts of racial terror in our country's history. Now, 100 years later, Tiffany crosses live from Tulsa for a special report. Join her as she speaks to people on the front lines, seeking justice for survivors and descendants of the massacre, and examines the fight for reparations, voting rights, and police reform. The Cross Connection, America's Racial Reckoning, tomorrow at 10 a.m. on MSNBC.
I am Ari Melber. I am in for Joy Reid tonight, and we have a very special show live for you right now. We begin with Republicans voting against the facts and the policy common sense. There is an embrace of extremism and conspiracy theories. You know about that. There's also the fear of Trump. But this is playing out on a significant national security issue live on the floor of the United States Senate. Republicans using the filibuster for the first time in the Biden-era to block what had already been negotiated as a fully bipartisan commission with Republicans in on it, to try to get to the bottom of the facts of the January 6th riot. 54 senators voting for it. That includes 6 Republicans, which means a majority in both the House and Senate want this, back this. But in our democracy right now, that's not enough. Not enough to overcome Mitch McConnell's obstruction.
Out of fear or fealty to Donald Trump, the Republican minority just prevented the American people from getting the full truth about January 6th. This vote has made it official. Donald Trump's big lie has now fully enveloped the Republican Party. Trump's big lie is now the defining principle of what was once the party of Lincoln. Shame on the Republican Party for trying to sweep the horrors of that day under the rug because they're afraid of Donald Trump.
There are plenty of areas for reasonable debate in American life and politics. This isn't one of them. We are talking about lies. We are talking about violence perpetrated on the very floor of that body. And we're talking about a foothold in the Republican Party that is getting worse. Nearly 75% of Republicans now say they believe Trump's supporters were not really to blame for the Capitol attack.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's false. We witnessed the insurrection in real time. It was an angry mob. They broke down the walls. They waved Trump flags. They got there via a speech by Donald Trump on the mall and a tweet summoning them there. And they chanted Trump slogans while also agitating for the execution of his vice president. Paul Ryan, Republican Party's former speaker, says this about the state of the party.
We conservatives find ourselves at a crossroads. If the conservative cause depends on the populist appeal of one personality or of second-rate imitations, then we're not going anywhere. Voters looking for Republican leaders want to see independence and metal. They will not be impressed by the sight of yes-men and flatterers flocking to Mar-a-Lago.
This is a big deal. It's how Washington ends the week, and we're joined by a special panel, Pulitzer Prize and Washington Post columnist Eugene Robinson, MSNBC columnist and reporter Laura Bassett, and political strategist Che Komanduri. Eagle-eyed MSNBC viewers will recall Che dropping film knowledge last hour. He's here now to deal with the politics. Gene, I start with you because this is serious. It's documented. On the one hand, we have a non-democratic Senate where I can report as the doing the anchor thing. 54 senators voted for it, but it didn't become law yet because they were voting on that procedural motion that Mitch McConnell always insists on. But writ large, what do you see in where the Republican Party is headed today?
Well, I see exactly what you see and what everybody else sees. Ari, the Republican Party is some warped, smaller, twisted, distorted version of its former self. And so you listen to people like Paul Ryan, who is a conservative, trying to speak to the Republican Party, and it's like a complete waste of breath. The Republican Party is not a conservative party. Right now, it doesn't believe
strange.
in conservative principles. It doesn't. Law and order is a conservative principle. The idea that the party would block an investigation into an attack on our democracy, on the citadel of our democracy, in order to stop the Congress from certifying the election, in order to stop an official act of our government. That's the definition of an attack on law and order. Yet the Republican Party doesn't care at this point. It's not. It's a MAGA cult. It's a Trump cult, and it's going to be like that for the foreseeable future. I think until it suffers one or two or more crushing defeats at the polls. And that's when parties change and come to their senses. But generally not before that. And so we're in for a long, sad period of this kind of behavior, I think, for the Republicans.
Thanks. And you know, Laura, when I look at the 9/11 example, I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, remember everything used to be better a while back. If you really make a list, a lot of things were not better. But I will say some things are getting worse. So you can chart that however you want, because we have a very simple comparison here. 9/11 was also an attack on America. When it came to the core fact-finding question of did you want a commission to look into it, it was so overwhelmingly unanimous, it is what viewers who follow politics know is known as a voice vote. Meaning there wasn't really anyone, not even a handful of people who wanted to go on record against it. It was unanimous voice vote. And you see this today blocked with the way the Senate is hijacked. But even if you put aside the filibuster, Laura, you have, as Gene just documented, in the main, the bulk of the Republican Party against finding the facts about this attack that killed officers and endangered them.
I mean, you're right about some of this. I mean, 140 people were injured in this attack. It was an attack on the senator's actual literal workplace. It was an attack on the legislative branch of this country. And you would think that if anything could be bipartisan, it would be a commission just fact-finding about this attack. At the same time, one major difference, I think the most important difference between, 9/11, obviously the scale of deaths and whatever was a huge difference, but it was easy for both Republicans and Democrats to sort of pin 9/11 on another country, whereas when we're talking about the January 6th insurrection, it pretty much straight up implicates the Republican Party. These were followers of Trump, and there were Republican senators and congressmen, and there still are, who supported the insurrection and egged on the insurrection. And so, as opposed to 9/11, if they were to support a fact-finding mission into this particular event, they would be implicating themselves, and I think that's why they are being cowards about it.
I think you nailed that. We have some evidence to that point. I didn't know you were going to say it, but we have evidence to that point. For Che, who's been a student of political movements in this country and abroad, America is not immune to any of the problems in other countries where systems that are partly democratic give way to authoritarianism or give way to what is called political violence. This is serious stuff. Here's Matt Gaetz, who has a host of problems, but is a Republican congressman most closely tied to Trump. And here is the kind of thing he is saying to people in broad daylight. But we need to see this so people understand what's coming at us. Take a look, Jay.
We have a Second Amendment in this country, and I think we have an obligation to use it. The Second Amendment is not about hunting, it's not about recreation, it's not about sports. The Second Amendment is about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary. I hope it never does.
God damn.
Check.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really stunning piece of video there. Matt Gaetz, who's basically looking at a terrible criminal probe in which he is very clearly culpable of things that are deeply, deeply unethical, is now trying to stoke Second Amendment gun rights sort of figures in this country to distract from his own problems, which, by the way, is a metaphor for the larger GOP, which is they are constantly trying to stoke these cultural fires, talking about cancel culture. You know, we've talked endlessly about how obsessed they are with Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato and all these other sorts of things, to really just distract from their lack of policies, their lack of solutions for the future of the country. And, you know, I think that that's really what a lot of this discussion is about. The GOP, there's a political calculation. They're looking to win 5 House seats by just ginning up the MAGA base. But they're also looking to move forward in a policy-free direction that for them is quite a lot of fun. And that is very enjoyable because it doesn't require them to do the hard work and the hard thinking that Democrats, Joe Biden, and even some Republicans of old used to do, looking at economics, history, things like that to find solutions to this country.
Laura?
I agree. I don't have much to add on that. I agree.
You agree with that? Well, you were almost smiling like, yeah, this is ridiculous. But, I mean, I guess, Laura, the question then is, how much did this event, I think today is a kind of inflection point, even if we say that a lot, but this was a forced time for the Republicans to go on record and say, no, they don't want to find the facts. How much of that becomes an inflection point of showing that the 6, which initially some establishment Republicans, including McCarthy, just assumed was so bad that it would not be palatable and acceptable, even politically, even by that narrow standard. How much of today then becomes them saying, oh, well, I guess they're going to go more towards Trump and Gates, which is openly fanning the flames of overt violence, which at an ethical level is different than just benefiting from it.
You're right. I mean, there's no question that this party is embracing extremism, is showing fealty to Trump. It's clearly moving in that direction. We saw that with the demotion of Liz Cheney and the promotion of Elise Stefanik. They want Trump loyalists. They are clearly picking a lane here. I think what's really important about what happened today is that, you know, we have a couple of Democratic holdouts, Sinema and Manchin, on ending the filibuster because they believed that the filibuster was this tool for forcing compromise, bipartisan compromise. And today was a perfect example of how, I mean, we're not talking about a vote on the Green New Deal. This wasn't an AOC policy that they were voting on today. This was a bipartisan, equal amount of Republicans and Democrats commissioned to investigate a violent incident. So if they can't even compromise on that, they're going to compromise on nothing. So I'd like to see that if this is an inflection point, it's happening in the Democratic Party, and they're realizing that in order for democracy to move forward.
Gene?
Yeah, the Democratic Party now has to basically represent the entire sane spectrum of political thought in this country. Because the Republicans have decided to marginalize themselves and put themselves into some fantasy camp. And so you've got, Bernie Sanders and AOC on the left, and you've got Manchin and Sinema and a few others on the right. And so that's the negotiation that is taking place. In sane politics in this country right now, and the Republicans just don't want to participate. They simply don't want to participate. The outrageous thing to me is that Mitch McConnell whipped this vote. I mean, he made this vote go down the way it did. He did not give Republican senators the option of voting their conscience. So he essentially said, I'm the leader, and we're going for the crazy, and we're not participating in normal democracy. We're not going to do that. We're just going to say no, and we think that's our reason to regain the power.
And I just want to add, if I
could, what Gene has said. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add that we're talking about a 19-vote margin. It was 54 Democrats to 35 Republicans. Sorry, my lighting was fell. In any other democracy, in any other reasonable country, a 19-vote margin for the majority means that there's a consensus and the thing passes. I mean, there's something deeply wrong when you can say Republicans won this vote with negative 19 votes. That is insane.
Yeah, that's all very fair points. All I wanted to underscore was I hope people are hearing what Gene said. sometimes where we can debate, oh, we don't know what a politician thinks, and it may be annoying, but we're trying to be fair as journalists. We do know Mitch McConnell thought this was an insurrection. We do know he thought it was a high crime because he made very clear to the New York Times when he was whipping for anti-Trump sentiment in the Senate that it should be impeachable. He thought then and publicly said it, which makes it all the more obviously despicably hypocritical for what he's doing now. The final point I want to bring to Jay is, Jay, I don't know if you ever heard when people say keep it 100. You ever heard that?
I have, yes, I have heard keep it 100, yes,
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that.
Keep it 100.
And it means, yes.
Yeah, it could mean being 100% at something or keeping it real or authentic. Mitch McConnell actually blew it and had to start backtracking when he said the thing that everyone knows, which is when it comes to obstruction. Take a listen, he keeps it 100.
100% of our focus on stopping this administration. 100% of my focus is on standing up to this administration.
Check.
Well, it's not surprising that he was blocking the January 6th commission. I mean, criminals rarely want commissions investigating their own criminal enterprises. And if you want to look at a comparison between 9/11 and January 6th, I mean, there was no GOP culpability on 9/11. There was quite a lot of GOP culpability on January 6th with the former GOP president. I mean, there was no episode of Sopranos, for example, where Tony Soprano's asking for an investigation into waste management services at Newell. That would be exactly what it would be like if the Republicans were forthcoming on this.
Do you have any wire references before we go?
I do not actually. That actually crept on the wire. It ends up badly for everyone. So that would make perhaps be a cautionary tale for the GOP. You got Stringer, Barksdale. It doesn't end well for anyone. That's something they should keep in mind.
He had it in there. He just had to reach. Shout out to Stringer. I want to thank our excellent kickoff panel. We covered a lot of ground here. Eugene, Laura, and Jay Komandori. Thanks to each of you. We have the shortest break right now, just 30 seconds. Coming back, Trump org insiders weighing in on why there's a criminal probe and who should be nervous. Also, we're learning more about the theories of the origins of COVID-19, why we need to keep an open mind and what it could mean for the world, for our safety, even for Biden foreign policy. We're back in 30 seconds.
Certified turbocharger, suspension and fuel injection.
Translation. Certified goosebumps.
Certified headlamp?
That's certified enter.
It's all back by unlimited mileage warranty.
That means unlimited peace of mind. Mercedes-Benz certified. Translation. Those signs in your triggers is closer to the table.
Turning to the ongoing investigation and intelligence regarding something that we still don't have a full picture of. Where exactly did COVID-19 come from? What are its origins? There is scrutiny about whether it possibly came from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. The Times reporting U.S. officials are looking at previously unexamined evidence that could help resolve this. President Biden making waves by giving some credibility to this possibility and ordering a better, deeper intelligence report within 90 days. Top health experts, including Dr. Fauci, who had publicly downplayed the idea that it did come potentially from this lab leak, this theory, now says everything informationally has got to be on the table.
We feel strongly, all of us, that we should continue with the investigation and go to the next phase of the investigation that the WHO has done. So, because we don't know 100% what the origin is, it's imperative that we look and we do an investigation. And that's how we feel right now.
This is about science, it's about intelligence, but it's also about foreign policy in a notoriously adversarial nation. Because Biden officials say they are partly concerned that the Chinese government has been stonewalling investigators, which raises questions about why. There's also recent reporting that 3 Wuhan lab researchers went to the hospital as far back as November 2019, shortly before they later confirmed an outbreak. So let's get into the facts. This is a big one and one that people are going to be talking about on this long Shane Harris. He's been covering the investigation into the origins of the pandemic. Thanks for being here.
You bet, Ari. Good to be here. Thanks.
Let's fast forward to right now. Based on the available public evidence, what are the most likely theories about where COVID came from?
Well, there are two, and President Biden said the intelligence community, as he put it, is coalesced around two. One, which I think this is very safe to say most scientists would agree with, is that the pandemic developed naturally when an infected animal carrying the SARS-CoV-2 virus infected a human, and that human infected other people. We've seen pandemics spread like that before. That's how the SARS outbreak in China began in 2002. The other possibility is that it came from this lab, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And important to note here that the theory there is not that the Chinese deliberately engineered some kind of bioweapon and then purposely cleared out to infect people. Rather that the kinds of research that was going on in that lab for many years, principally on coronaviruses, with an aim towards trying to prevent future outbreaks, that there may have been sloppy or reckless research that inadvertently developed the SARS-CoV-2 virus, or perhaps the lab had even collected it in a sample from an animal, maybe didn't realize they had it, a lab worker gets sick, he takes it home, he takes it to a restaurant, and the pandemic spreads that way. That is the lab leak, and that is kind of the new piece of this. The president now wants to go back and look at the intelligence and say, does it tell us anything about whether that scenario is more likely than the natural scenario?
So door number one is bats, and door number two is lab, and bats, as you say, has precedent, and everyone likes precedent because they say, well, it's happened before. With regard to that, door number one, bats, here's a headline that no one can find the animal that gave people COVID-19. You mentioned SARS. Their researchers tested cage-market animals and found an identical virus. This time, MIT notes no animal has been identified. Where does that fit into pulling on the thread for door number one?
Well, I think it doesn't necessarily tell us much of anything, because these viruses can take years to trace back to a host animal or a reservoir. I think it took upwards of 15 years for the first SARS outbreak to be traced back. We still don't know the original host of Ebola, so it can take a long time for this to happen. One thing, though, that kind of, the thread to pull on to kind of continue with that theme, is that the Chinese government hasn't exactly been open and transparent in allowing an investigation into China that would actually help us to say, okay, where is the original bat, or the animal that went from bat to animal X into human? And that kind of obfuscation and obstruction has led people to be suspicious.
And you're just a reporter on this. You're not gunning for one theory or the other, right?
That's correct. I keep an open mind. We don't have evidence one way or the other.
And yet, you know, you're reporting in this area where there's been a ton of political heat. People have various outcomes they want. There's been international intrigue. As an observer of this, do you think that the political conversation or the wider dynamics contributed to sort of underplaying or not taking as seriously door number two, lab, for various reasons? Or do you just think the evidence has moved a lot quicker?
I do think that the political environment had a lot to do with this in the early stages. I mean, in talking to former officials who were working on this issue, who were also keeping an open mind, but let's be clear, were suspicious of the lab, so they were maybe a little bit predisposed to think that could be the source. What they said is that in April of 2020, when President Trump first started talking about the possibility of a lab leak and talking about things like the China virus, or when his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, openly suggested that China may have deliberately engineered this virus, that's when it became a political weapon. And I think it's safe to say that for many in the scientific community, there was almost a kind of allergic reaction to the suggestion of a lab leak, because it sounded more like something that Donald Trump was trying to deploy as a political deflection to take attention off his own administration's faulty responses to the pandemic. So lab leak, really the biggest proponent of it became Donald Trump, and this is somebody, you know, with a history of dissembling, of lying on certain occasions, of racist language. Certainly it was supercharged when it came to the COVID pandemic, which he sometimes called the Kung flu. So that colored everything. And I think that, you know, it's just taken some time for scientists perhaps to come around this idea that says, wait, there have been lab accidents before, not that it caused a pandemic, but there have been viral viruses that have escaped from labs. That does happen, even in very safe labs, even in the United States. And I think clearly President Biden has been persuaded, I don't think that one theory is true versus the other, but that there's enough information that it merits going back over it with fresh eyes and saying, all right, take the politics out of this, take whatever Donald Trump said out of it. What does the information tell us, and what can we conclude from it? And we may never get to an answer, but there should be a credible investigation, he's saying.
I think you broke that down so well, and it's really important because on the one hand, if the chief and loudest advocate for something is a race-baiting liar who lies all the time and has done things to contribute to, for example, the rise in hate crimes, you can understand why people don't want to get near that. And yet we all, I mean the whole world, has a vested interest in getting all the possible facts about where this came from, which informs what happened and what maybe, if anything, to do about it. So it's really important stuff. Shane Harris, thank you for your objective reporting, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Ari. I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely. Coming up, there is data, evidence, facts that the certain blogger in Florida is not finding anyone who wants to read his blog. Who am I talking about? Well, we'll get to that later. Also, the Trump Organization criminal probe. We have key witnesses who have been telling what's really going on and why so many people in Trump world are getting more nervous. Stay with us.
Life can be a lot to handle. But there's plenty of magic in all that chaos.
When Perry wears you down, Icy Hot draws strings and rivers. Feel it working instantly, providing powerful muscles and joints. Icy Hot.
And Icy Hot now has a bold new look with the same powerful relief to help you rise from pain.
I think they got some sand to it.
Ideas exist inside you.
It's just running through the top.
Electrify you. They grow from our imagination, but they can't be held back. They want to be set free, to make the world more responsible, and even more incredible. Ideas of the future, just like that.
The calming scent of lavender by Downy Infusions Calm. Laundry isn't done until it's done with Downy.
Think of what peanuts have given humanity. Fuel for vast migrations, sustenance for mountaineering expeditions, and long journeys across the world. But most importantly, they give us something to keep when we drink beer. Planters, another bite.
Come work for an innovative company that pushes the boundaries of connectivity, entertainment, and communication. Spectrum, the nation's fastest growing TV, internet, voice, and mobile provider, is looking for individuals who are interested in making the most out of their career. Employees enjoy full benefits, best-in-class 401k, and complimentary services. Spectrum has a wide range of positions available, so find the right opportunity for you. Just go to jobs.spectrum.com and apply today.
Is anybody even here? HP.
Your life,
When Sean Bond.
your passion.
Tina.
These
The
things
Griff.
are none of our business. Your deodorant rash, your favorite cheese, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m. That's really none of our business. Because your life is private. And unlike other tech companies, we think your internet should be too. Oh, what kind of dog is that? That's none of our business either.
Protect your privacy.
You needed to take a break. Yeah, pretty much.
I do think that we're going to see President Trump returning to social media.
I didn't get a lot
This is something that I
done
think will be
today.
The hottest ticket in social media.
Well,
It's
I got
gonna
some
continue
stuff
to
done.
define the game.
I got some stuff done.
Define hottest ticket. Define the game. I mean, define
That's all you
the
gotta
game
do.
with this
You know, you
ticket
just
in
have to
the
keep
back. So
chipping
Washington
away
Post
at it.
reports that Donald Trump's blog is a matter of metrics,
Tomorrow,
audience readers,
early,
every single way they
I'll
measure
sort of
blog,
have this
it's
all
a failure.
painted out
It has
and
lower
sealed,
traffic right now than
the
sites
cracks
like
and
Delish
everything.
and Finder,
And then I gotta
Squarespace,
clean
and
this
your
room up
favorite Eat This, Not
so I can
That.
sort of
This is
step
true,
back
folks,
and
not a
think.
single one of the
You know,
entries
there's just
ostensibly written
cords
by
over
the
there,
Florida
there's
blogger Donald Trump has gotten
tools
more than
everywhere.
15,000 interactions since the blog's second day.
Who is supposed to be coming?
Though has one
I don't know
blogger
what
in
you're
Florida
talking
quite
about.
upset.
Who's coming here?
And how did he complain? Well,
What are you talking about?
he reached for a medium where not many people are going
Destiny's
to hear
coming.
about his blog. Trump writing that
Who's
this is a
supposed to be
temporary
coming?
way of getting my thoughts and ideas out to the public.
Well,
A kind of a backtracking,
Destiny's
but that's
coming.
not how the Trump team is marketing this when they unveiled it.
Are you talking to
earlier this month.
me?
Here's the trailer that debuted on, well, again, a blog that very few people
I've
see.
been working on this house for a long time.
Twitter permanently banning the commander-in-chief's personal account with 88 million followers.
God.
It literally sounds like a safe space where you could be safe and free for, I guess, a certain type of thought, and it has not panned out. Donald Trump, writ large, far less relevant online than in many years. On social media, where he, of course, has been removed from several sites, mentions of Donald Trump are at their lowest since 2016.
I'm pretty terrified.
This matters,
Scared.
though,
I'm scared.
because it may show
Scared she's
a bit of a
coming.
phantom menace here. Republican leaders are openly
I'm not doing one room at a
terrified
time. I'm
of
working
law.
on all of them.
But do they know whether he
Um,
still has the same perceived influence? Is it real?
I'm a
Meanwhile,
little
Donald Trump is
nervous.
claiming that in some acknowledgement of this reality,
A little bit.
there will be a bigger, different
Not
online
really.
platform at some point in the future. We're joined now by someone who knows a lot about politics and the internet. Aaron
Anxious.
Ryan is host of the podcast
Maybe.
Hysteria. Thanks for coming on.
Don't be scared. You need somebody there. Sure.
We mentioned this story here at the end of the week, not just
Why
to note
not?
that they blew it, that
I
the blog is
agree.
unpopular, that it's not
I agree
a hot ticket,
100%.
that it trails many other sites, that complaining about the treatment of your blog on a blog that no one reads is not a very effective.
What is your
strategy.
picture?
That's
What
not
is
our
that?
only
Is
point.
that a
I'm
bat?
curious what you think about the wider point that
What
matters
kind of
when you
animal
look
is that,
at issues
Tina?
ranging from voting rights to the commission to whether to work with
No,
Biden on jobs.
I'm
Does this actually
I'm not
suggest
really
that even among
scared.
Trump fans, his current influence
She's not
may
gonna
be
drink my
overstated in
blood.
the minds of
My blood's
Republican
poison.
politicians?
Well, I would
It'll
love
be
that
all
if that
right.
were the case, but I think right now we're simply talking about just Trump's
It's my
blog.
cat
And I think
Rango.
a
Of
blog
course,
is
it's Rango the
not really a
cat.
way for him to reach his fans. Like, if you take a look at the blog, there's a couple
Sure. What kind of cat is
like
Rango?
900 word blocks of text.
Looks like
with
some kind of
absolutely
breed.
paragraph interruptions. Like, you're trying to get people to
The
read
walls are
long
coming
blocks of
along.
text on websites
That
don't
window
have
up
pictures
there,
of their grandchildren
that's
uploaded onto them. Like,
you
that's
probably can't tell. Here,
so
let me put a
there's
light
no
on it.
comment section. I feel like part of what Trump loves is having a proven comment. And, as somebody who started their career as a blogger and worked as a comment
You
moderator,
better idea.
I have to say there are
What I
ways
did.
to make sure that a comment
That's
section
that's
just
that's
is
tin
what you
ceiling.
want. Like, he could
That's
put
rusty
something
tin
where it's like
ceiling
President Biden or
that I
grand
hammered
jury
around,
wanted to,
like I made like a
just have
frame and
all the
hammered it
comments
around.
something that's going to make them
And
feel
then,
good.
like
And I feel like
the
his
window
followers
frame,
also
I
appreciate
took
feeling like they have a
an
personal
iron paint
connection to
that
President Trump.
oxidizes,
And just blocks of text on
and I
a
painted
page
it with
don't
that,
give them
and then
that.
I
I'm not
to
sure
get
if
it
they decided
oxidized
they
real
need that
good.
anymore. I'm not
I
decided
used
that- I'm not sure if
like
they
that hard
coalesced
water
around
cleaner.
somebody else.
They make
But we're now
they make
just
something that
blog is sort of what
activates the
TikTok
rust in the
generation
iron paint,
should
but
be.
it's like CLR. It's something like that. That really got the wood frame rusting.
Shugi is off trend, like following a trend that no longer exists. And blogging, I think,
You know.
reached its heyday between around 2006
And that window frame, that was
So
like
he's about 10 years late on that.
that was like wood that I found.
Yeah, you're saying the medium was out of was
in Brooklyn.
politician is out of
Somebody was like
rebuffed.
throwing it out, so I turned it into that. And that's going to sort of stay like that.
Allegedly supposed to be good at is PR.
Yeah, this kind of PR is a little bit more complicated.
It's
than the PR
it's a freak show.
Getting on a phone and yelling
I'm
at
working
some
on a freak
journalists,
show.
typing a few sentences down and having mainstream journalists report them out. A lot of times what he'll do is call out
What, the
individual,
metal?
Media outlets, and
The
then
metal
all
look?
media
It just
outlets
sort of
kind circle
fit.
the wagons and try to defend that one media outlet, and that's been a reliable way for
This
them to get in the headlines.
this house is
So
awesome.
I feel like another thing is that
Needs
this
work on the outside, I'll tell you that.
building a blogging
But
following
it's
takes
more
a lot of
tolerable
work.
on the inside now than it's ever been.
Donald Trump is not a very
So
hard worker. When he was president, he spent a lot of time
I was just
golfing.
looking at that room. That's a room that I, you know, here, Destiny. Here's a room. Here's your room.
And I think that this is a
That room
reflection
looks
of the
pretty
fact that,
good.
anytime
And having the
Trump
window
is
open
actually
and
trying to do
painting
work
it,
himself, he's
painting the
putting in
floor.
orders, and this is a really
It's
a
totally
great
different.
demonstration of that.
That room is so different right now. I open the door and I'm like, oh my god.
Only current ways that he's essentially
Old houses are the best. You know, I look at a lot of houses around the $5,000 range to buy, like in the area, like,
witnesses are said. You're going to hear it yourself. And later,
I don't know.
is Biden in some ways the
I don't know why, I just do. I like an abandoned house. You know, maybe it's like a vacation spot, only it's like 5 miles away. Just another house. So like, I don't know, different place to hang out in. More room for art, like that. It's like that. It's just another art studio or something.
It's never just another day. It's the big
You run out of space to put art.
The day where everything goes right. Or the one where nothing does. With Comcast Business,
This room was filled with stuff before I started working on it. I mean, it was filled. I don't even know where I put. Oh, there's a lot of shelves and stuff I put up to get art off of tables.
We'll keep you ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
How great is it?
I'll take some water damage. Sure. You know, I'm fine with it as long as it's not too severe. You know, it all depends. This place had a crazy smell to it. It was musty, moldy. And the problem was that moisture was trapped from the basement. Yeah, of course it's on my arm. He's upstairs in his room. Right underneath the basement floor is water, like within, you know, there's always water there. This is like in the mountains, so it just kind of flows underneath this house. So the humidity got trapped, and then there was all this old flooring, linoleum, or whatever. So there was all kinds of. I just went down there and sprayed hydrogen peroxide, and then now this whole house has like a kind of engineered exhaust and fresh air system. So down in the basement, it's sucking in fresh air and it's pushing air out.
And if it's so discreet, you never know they're for bladder leaks.
You know, you gotta do it. And then there's exhaust in the attic that goes 365 days a year, turns on like every hour and sucks anything out. In the winter, it's heated from down in the basement, and then there's like registers cut, and some of the fans that blow out in the summer or suck air in the summer. Those are used to, you know, force the air up through, you know, some you know, holes in the floor, and there's registers, but there's also you know, there's some duct work that I put in down there, so there's no smell anymore. Well, I mean, there's animals living here, but it's not what it was, you know. I don't know. It doesn't, you know, there's animals here, but it's not like I think people think. I don't know. So, you know, just gotta stay up on it.
One of the biggest developments this week is the Manhattan DA convening a grand jury in the criminal probe.
Oh, right over there, I got a fan blowing down. I got a cage right here that I put khaki in sometimes down here. I just have a fan blowing down into that cage because ducks fuck around with water.
People like Trump CFO
So the floor's already
Weisselberg's
dry.
former daughter-in-law, Jennifer Weisselberg.
See what I'm
She has
saying?
spoken to the investigators here.
So, and then I'll
She
go
says she thinks
mop it
Weisselberg
out,
will
you know.
eventually
This
flip.
isn't gonna stay like this. I have to get something
Famous
for
former
Caine.
lawyer Michael
Well,
Cohen
I'm working on Sam's floor first. It has to be something that like can be dealt with birds. So I'm doing ceramic tile thanks to Pachinko's idea. That's how it should be. That's what people with macaws use. They use like terrazzo flooring, shit like that. Like those floors that they have in Florida. Stuff like that. That's what I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use 18-inch tile. I'm just gonna cover the floor up there, and then it'll be easy to clean to do it. Can you turn off the TV? It's a little hard to hear you. No, I really can't. No, I can't. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go sleep. It's after 10. So, oh, you're in Florida, Tina? Where are you in Florida? What area?
And the Presidential Inaugural Committee, you have Jennifer who deals directly with the CFO.
Florida's nice.
And myself, that sort of encompasses Trump and
I like
family,
Florida.
as well
I can
as the
think of.
organization.
I like
Alan
Florida.
is a very interesting guy because Alan was the
I can hear just fine. Right, I know. It's Floral City. I don't know where that is.
of the Trump
Yeah, I know.
organization. But it
Like,
wasn't just
can you
the
turn
Trump
off the TV?
organization.
No, I
It was
can't.
also Donald's
Well, you don't
personal
like it?
business
They probably don't like it because it's,
It was
you know,
the
it's not
Presidential
Fox.
Inaugural Committee. It was the campaign
What do I think of Adam Sandler's funny?
that had anything to do with Donald Trump.
Oh, it's Melbourne, Florida? Really? You're in Melbourne?
So now that they have Alan sort of under investigation.
Maybe it's
I
the
remember
topic, yeah.
once I had bumped into Alan and
Right.
the family at a restaurant here in the city, and when I went over to say hello,
That guy, that
he was like,
president
"Oh,
was
you can't
horrible.
talk to me. You can't talk to me. You're under investigation."
I was a
really
Republican.
hope that as
I'm
soon
no
as I
longer
get
a
off the
Republican.
home
That guy was
confinement tonight,
horrible.
hopefully bump into
It's not
you
even the
again.
Republican
I can
Party
turn around
anymore. It's
and
not
I
about
can
being
say to him
conservative. It's not
the
about
exact
anything.
same
It's
thing,
about
but I do
Trump.
believe that
It's
he
absurd.
has
It's about lying.
significant
It's about lying.
and I think his exposure
Covering up the
is
big
not one
lies.
that you can
Disgusting.
just hide,
It's
because the beautiful
gross.
thing about numbers
Portland, Maine,
is
no
numbers
shit.
don't lie. People do. And as
You like
we know,
lobsters? I like
Donald lies
lobster.
about
I'll eat
everything.
lobster. I got a
Donald
couple
lies,
frozen
and
there. I
Alan
just had like some
swears for it.
lobsters
So
frozen.
it's a question of whether
I
or
had to
not
pick up some
Alan
more.
wants to now serve time in his
Just
golden
joined.
years,
What are the
or he
apologies
wants to
about?
provide the
Nothing.
information to the
There are no apologies. I forgot. It was something. Probably something I said or did. I don't know. Who knows?
Is that he's going to provide the information they want.
I'm good, but I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. Lobster everywhere. Yeah. Lobster's good. I like it about once every 6 months. I'll eat it. I like it a lot.
She worked with him for over a decade. She says
Peter, listen, I feel like we got off to the wrong foot here. Did we? Let's see. Oh, I don't care. I'm not turning off the TV. You got a new Canadian subscriber? That's cool. You should have joined the channel, though. But I'll take the subscriber. Canada's cool. I wish Canada wasn't in lockdown. It's where most of my business, a lot of my business comes from Canada. I'm allergic to shellfish, so I don't enjoy it. Tastes great. Lobster? Damn. There's nothing that tastes like lobster. So what happened to the Raven? Well, he's upstairs sleeping, idiot. His name is Sam. Get out of here. You know what? So what happened to the Raven? Get out, dude. What's the matter with you? What happened to the Raven? You don't even know his name.
And then there's the casino.
Nothing happened to him,
Jack
idiot.
O'Connell was the president of the
God
Casino
damn,
Casino
man.
in Atlantic City for Trump. And we went
I mean, really.
what he knows about Weisselberg and the money. And he
What
said
mannequin
something way
behind me?
newsworthy that I want to make sure you see.
It's a robot.
I want to see it.
He just
He
moves
alleged
his
it was
head.
asked
It's
by
nothing.
Donald Trump himself.
He just sits in a rocker, and the rocker moves, and he moves his head, and he's got this robotic face. It's part of an installation I made years ago. He just still hangs out and still runs. It's nothing. It's just a piece of art.
and they don't
It's
necessarily
art
have
out of
to look
context.
the same.
How about that?
Right,
It's
the
art
numbers are
out of
totally not the same.
context because
The
it
numbers
was
could
in an
mean something
installation,
different. That was very
and now
clear.
it's just sort of a separate piece, and it just sits in a
I actually
rocking
went
chair.
through,
No, not
a
really. You're
situation
kind of
where I was
demanding,
asked
man.
to literally build false
You know, first you
financials for
want
my
me
business.
to
So,
turn
I
off
know
the
that the numbers
TV,
don't have to
and now you
equal
want
each
me to
other.
take this over there and show you. I don't think I want to do that, dude. You know?
Very
I don't think I want to do that.
3 people were involved.
Why do you think I'm supposed to work for you? I don't work for you, man.
Robert Trump, his brother,
I got shit to do.
Harvey Freeman, who
Nobody
was
else is
attorney
saying
at the
shit
time,
like that except
and
you.
Donald Trump also.
You have issues, dude. What's your name again? I'll remember you.
Right of direct request. Go ahead.
Blue Lightning 675. You got issues, man.
The process then was every entity in the
That's
organization
fair.
submitted their budgets to New York.
That's fair.
And in this
Doesn't have
case,
to be
this was
fair.
the,
Just
year
a fact.
that the Taj Mahal was going to open, so there was
That sounds like
really
somebody I know
uncertainty,
says that shit.
and we all knew that
Yeah, you're a
numbers
little
were gonna
bossy,
decrease.
right?
When I submitted
Somebody
my
else I know
numbers, I was
says that's
summoned to New
fair.
York.
That's
And I
interesting.
was first put in a room
That's
with
fair.
Robert and Harvey,
Right.
and they said these
Huh.
numbers won't work. We can't go backwards. The numbers have to go up. I said, well, we're having a 20% increase in capacity. Everybody's numbers are going to go down. They said, can't have it. Alan won't accept it. Donald
That's
won't
fair.
accept it. Have to.
How many times did I hear that?
Redo the numbers.
God damn.
After that meeting, I then went into Donald's office, and Donald said, did Robert and Harvey talk
I'm
to you
gonna go
about
to
the
sleep.
numbers? And I said, yes, they did. But let me
Who's he to
explain
say
why
that's
I can't
fair or
redo the
not?
numbers.
No, I'm just saying
They won't be true.
somebody I know
And
said
he just
that's
said,
fair.
we need new
A lot.
numbers.
That's fair.
We need new numbers. Perhaps coming to a grand jury room near you. And we have a lot more in our hour here. Up next,
Oh,
President Biden.
interesting. They want me to turn the TV off. They say that's fair. Gee, I wonder who that is. Hey, I gotta go. Huh. TV gives some people a headache. TV makes some people crazy. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'll see you. Hey, thanks everybody. I'll see you. Get some rest. I'm gonna take a nap so I can mod at 1 a.m. See you. Okay, Tina. I'll see you. No, I just got here. No, I'm tired. I gotta go to sleep.
Your office was 8 blocks away.
I gotta go lay down with Khaki the dog. You know, Cackers. Linda. Can you turn the TV down? That's fair. How weird is that? Is that just a coincidence? I'll see y'all. Bye-bye. Thanks. Seriously, thank you, everybody. I'll see y'all. Yeah, she's a great snuggle bunny. I gotta go. I'll see you. Bye-bye.